If you remember when we recessed yesterday, the state of Ohio has rested, which means they presented all the evidence and testimony they intend on presenting. The next step in this trial is to afford the defendant an opportunity to present evidence if he desires. Mr. Martinez, what is the defendant's intention at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We have witnesses to call this morning.
So then we will proceed at this point with the defense's case. So, Mr. Martinez, you may call your first witness.
Miss Jessica Novell.
Good morning. I'll stop you right there and have you raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I have a seat there. It's on wheels, so be careful there. The chair.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Martinez, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Miss Novell.
Good morning.
Hector Martinez, we've spoken before. I'm going to ask you a series of questions here, then Ms. Tuttle and or Ms. Bell will have the opportunity to question you as well.
Okay.
Understand?
Yes.
All right. And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you. All right?
Okay.
All right. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. Jessica Novell, N-O-V-E-L.
And Ms. Novell, where do you live?
I live in Madison, Ohio.
Okay. And you work?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm an occupational therapist.
And where are you employed?
I work at the main campus, University Hospitals.
Okay. And just briefly, what are your duties as an occupational therapist?
Sure. I work in the cardiac and cardiothoracic ICU, so I get patients up and out of bed and get them moving after surgery and provide therapy.
Now, are you familiar with Lake County in general?
I am.
How long have you lived in Lake County?
Since I was 16, so 30-some years.
And are you familiar with the area of State Route 2 and Vine Street?
I am.
And do you travel on State Route 2 frequently?
That's my route to and from work. Yes.
So every day you're heading west to work and then heading east home?
You're right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to direct your attention to August 14th of 2024. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you traveling eastbound on State Route 2 at or approximately 4:30 that afternoon?
I was.
Okay. And where were you coming from?
I was coming from work and heading home.
And if you can recall, what were the weather conditions that day?
Nothing of note, so just a normal, just a normal dry day.
Okay. Sun was out.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask the court to permit me to publish State's Exhibit 1, which is the map. Now, you can see that on your screen right in front of you.
Yeah.
Let me give it on that one there too, so we can,
There,
they're all over.
Sorry.
That way your back's not turned.
Thank
to
you.
the jury.
All right, Ms. Novell, this is State's Exhibit 1, which is an overhead map of Vine Street and State Route 2. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes. So going up towards the corner would be going east. Up towards the upper part of the block is going east. The
That's
upper part of
correct.
the photo. Okay. Yep.
Now, may I approach you with this, Your Honor?
Me.
Now, we have a pointer here.
Mm-hmm.
And on the top of that pointer,
Oh.
there you go. Okay. So that give a pointer there. So I want you to use that pointer when I'm asking you some questions here. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. So, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen here where you were driving? Well, first of all, you saw an accident that day.
I did.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your vehicle was as you were traveling eastbound on State Route 2? You can indicate with the pointer.
Sure. Yeah, I was coming this way, heading eastbound.
All right. And do you recall which lane you were in?
I believe it's a 3-lane highway at that point of Route 2, so I would have been in the center lane.
And what's the first thing you noticed as you were approaching Vine Street intersection? What happened?
Well, you know, I didn't notice anything, you know, just a normal drive home. And then I saw a vehicle getting on, like, on the on-ramp, so I was very close to that on-ramp. And the vehicle was moving left onto the freeway, and I saw a motorcyclist in that right lane as the car was approaching.
Okay. Now, the motorcyclist, according to your recollection, where was the motorcyclist and which lane of travel was he?
Prior to anything happening, I believe the motorcyclist was in that far right lane.
Okay. Meaning the far right lane of State Route 2?
Yes,
Eastbound?
yes.
Can you indicate with the laser pointer where you believe the motorcyclist was as you perceived him traveling?
Yes. So it would have been in this far right lane heading eastbound.
Okay. And do you recall the vehicle that you observed merging into State Route 2 eastbound traffic? Do you recall anything about that vehicle?
Not particularly, because, again, you don't realize something's happening until it's, excuse me, happening. And I was more focused on the motorcyclist who then went into my lane. I believe it was a older model sedan, but again, that's my recollection. And again, I was more focused on the motorcyclist.
What did you see, or what did you observe as it relates to the motorcyclist?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw a vehicle getting on the freeway from that Vine Street entrance and moving over into, merging onto the highway. And in doing so, the motorcyclist, and I can't be certain if the vehicle clipped the motorcyclist or the motorcyclist swerved to avoid the vehicle. But at that point, the motorcyclist, because I was in the center lane of traffic, came in, my lane of traffic, and then that's where my focus was, and he had kind of fishtailed, trying to regain control of the motorcycle.
And what did you see happen next?
Yeah, it seemed to me that he was very much, again, trying to regain control, realized that that wasn't going to happen, and the motorcycle started to tip onto its side, and he kind of let go so that the motorcycle itself continued down the freeway, and he kind of tumbled end over end directly in front of my car.
Were there any vehicles in between your vehicle and the motorcyclist?
No.
And what did you do next?
I stopped, hit my brakes, and luckily nobody, had hit me from behind, because the gentleman was in front of my car for a short time, and after he stopped kind of rolling, he hopped, kind of jumped up, almost kind of like adrenaline kind of takes you up, and he had limped over to the berm, the side of the highway, and at that point he laid down.
When you were able to stop your vehicle, do you recall which lane you stopped your vehicle in? Was it still the center lane?
Yes, I believe I had just slammed my brakes. I might have kind of, weaved a little, but I didn't go into other lanes because I thought that would, be kind of detrimental. So I believe I just stopped.
Okay. And thereafter, what did you do next after you stopped your vehicle?
Sure. I kind of, other cars, I had seen other cars involved, and at this point behind me, all the other cars, seeing what had happened, had stopped. So when I felt like it was safe to pull my car over, I pulled it over to the side of the road as well.
And did you render aid to anyone in this accident?
I did. There was a woman in her car kind of pulled off to the side of the road as well. I have no idea if she was involved or just kind of saw, and she just said she was very rattled, but she didn't appear to have any injuries. I saw other people attending to another vehicle that was involved, and at this point the motorcyclist was right on the side of the road by my vehicle, so I called 911 and then went over to attend to him.
And where did you move your vehicle from the center lane?
Yes.
Prior to doing all this?
Yes.
Okay, where'd you pull your vehicle?
Over to,
Yeah, you can indicate.
yeah, over to the berm, the side of the freeway. I guess if this is the on-ramp, I can't, I guess somewhere around here.
Okay, and you're indicating to the right-hand berm on the south side of State Route?
Correct.
Okay. And eventually, law enforcement officers arrived, is that accurate?
They arrived really quickly, yes.
And you spoke with law enforcement officers?
I did.
Did you tell them what you had perceived that day?
I did.
And had you ever seen anything quite like this?
No, I was pretty shook for the rest of the evening. No, I've never witnessed anything like this.
Can you describe your emotional state as you were perceiving this event and immediately thereafter?
I mean, I think I don't work in emergency, but I have a pretty fast-paced job, so I tend to kind of go into autopilot, and I think I just did what I felt needed to be done. I think it probably wasn't until I was driving home, and at that point the whole freeway was closed, so I was the only vehicle on the car when I finally left, that it was like a little emotional, like, wow, what just happened? During the events, I kind of just did what I thought I needed to do, which was call 911, get my car safe, and help if I could.
And thank you for your time, and Ms. Tuttle or Ms. Bell might have some questions for you.
Thanks.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Jessica.
Good morning.
Now, we've met before, right?
We have.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions following up on what Mr. Martinez talked about. Now, your memory of August 14th was that the motorcycle was driving in the eastbound lanes of Route 2, right?
Yes.
You didn't see the motorcycle merging?
No.
So before the merge happened, that motorcycle was on Route 2?
Before the merge happened, again, you're not looking for what you're not looking for. I'm just driving home. But I don't recall it being any different than that, than the motorcyclist on the highway.
Now, you saw the motorcyclist strike a Subaru, right?
Yes, again, I believe that even with the police officer, I couldn't be certain if the motorcyclist and the vehicle actually, collided, or he had such a heads up and swerved to miss it. I didn't know if there was an actual, something made the motorcyclist fishtail.
Okay, but in the roadway,
Yes.
there was a white Subaru that rolled over, right?
There was a vehicle that rolled over.
And that's because the motorcycle hit.
That was my recollection, yes.
And you were able to see that?
Yes,
You were able to see John fall off that motorcycle and into Route 2?
I saw that clearly.
Now, there was still oncoming traffic, right?
Yes,
You were moving at about 60 miles an hour?
correct,
The cars around you were moving at about 60 miles an hour?
correct,
You had to slam on your brakes not to run him over?
correct.
And you watched him limp his way to the side of the road.
I did,
Now, you and I previously have discussed how John drove that motorcycle,
Yes.
right? You thought he was careful.
in my estimation, it was rather defensive driving. I think I even told the police officer that day, I thought that he had a very heads up, that he was really trying to regain control so that he didn't himself, take a spill.
And that he was doing everything he could not to lose control of that bike?
That's what it appeared to me.
One moment.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Redirect examination.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
All right, we'll call Mr. Setzer to testify.
Happy there, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Have a seat. Mr. Martinez, whenever you are ready.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Setzer.
Morning.
Mr. Setzer, I know you're anxious to tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury here, what happened on August 14th of 2024, and that you did not act intentionally or reckless in your driving that afternoon. But before we get into that, I'd like you to introduce yourself and spell your name for the court.
My name's Dale Setzer. My last name is spelled S-E-T-Z-E-R.
And Dale, where did you grow up?
Menor, Ohio.
And where did you attend high school?
Menor High School.
And where do you currently reside?
At the moment, I moved back up from Akron about a year and a half ago, and I'm in the process of staying with my parents until I save some money so I can move out.
Is this the house you grew up in?
Yes.
Now, what was the highest grade that you achieved at Menor High School?
I believe it was the 11th grade.
Pardon?
I believe it was the 11th grade.
Okay, make sure you keep your voice up so we can all hear
Sorry.
you. If I can hear you, then everyone else can hear you.
All right.
Okay? Thank you. What type of work do you do, Mr. Setzer?
At the moment, I'm a welder fabricator.
And when did you first start being trained as a welder fabricator?
I took welding classes when I was in high school as a vocational class. I wanted to sit here and use that as something else I wanted to do, but it didn't turn out that way. I lost interest in it because I wasn't certified and nobody was going to hire me. And about 5 years ago, I was able to get a entry level as a welder at a place called Spiral Brush. I was there for about 4 years, and I wasn't really happy about things that are going on as far as pay-wise. I put my applications out somewhere else, and I got a job at where I'm at now.
And what's the name of the company you work
I work at Advanced Equipment Incorporated.
Where's Advanced Equipment located?
At 2228 Lakeland Boulevard,
Okay. Do you know what city that's in?
Euclid.
And so you've worked at Advanced Equipment for how long?
Since April 14th, I believe,
Of which year?
of this last year.
Okay, so April 14th of 2024 or thereabouts, that's when you started working.
Yeah, I remember it was like a week or two before my birthday, which is on the 20th.
And so just briefly, what are your duties there? What do you do for Advanced?
I bend metal, I weld metal, I clean it up, I do what I need to do to get the parts out. I recondition some of the shear heads that we have come in. I do a little bit of hydraulic work on some of the presses that we come in and build. I do a little bit of everything around there. Basically a multi-purpose peon.
Now, are you married, Mr. Setzer?
No,
Do you have any kids?
no.
What do you like to do?
Before I moved up here, my life became into a little room. I did a lot of hiking with my dog. Did a lot of woodworking at home. A lot of drawing, artwork.
So your dog's your child?
My dog is my life right now. She's my whole crux.
Now, I want to direct your attention to August 14th of 2024. Do you remember that day?
Oh, quite vividly.
Now, you heard testimony in this trial from Mrs. Stinson about the rollover accident and how that impacted her, correct?
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
I am terribly sorry that she's going through that, and she went through that.
You also heard how it impacted her children,
Yes.
and how does that make you feel?
Extremely sorry for what they're going through.
Now, you heard testimony from Ms. Carosi about her injuries, even though she's seems to be recovered. How do you feel about Ms. Carosi?
I feel sorry for everybody that's involved in this, even John.
Now, let's talk about that day, August 14th. That was a weekday, correct?
I think it was a Wednesday or Thursday, I believe.
Now, did you work that day?
Yes.
And what would have been your hours of work?
Approximately 7:30 to 4.
And do you recall if that's when you worked that day?
Yeah.
So you were off work at 4.
Yeah.
And what did you do next?
Usually when I go home, I have my only other coworkers I work with. I drop him off of 305, and I go straight home. Usually, that day I stopped at Harbor Freight on Vine Street.
Why did you stop there?
I was looking for something. They had something. I can't remember exactly what I was looking for. Some kind of tool. I don't remember, for work. Then I stopped at Circle K on Vine Street, and then I headed for the highway.
Why did you stop at Circle K and what did you do there?
Just get a slushie, something to drink.
Is that something you would normally do on your way home?
No, I usually don't stop on the way home unless I'm dropping off my coworker.
So what was the route that you were considering driving home to? And you were driving home to Menor, Ohio at that time.
Yeah, I was gonna. If I usually stop in that area at Harbor Freight or something like that, looking, I usually take Vine Street up 220 and hit Curtin Chardon Road and take 84 all the way up. But for some reason, I took Route 2. I don't know why. Wasn't thinking. Wasn't paying attention. Maybe daydreaming. I don't know.
Now, you watched the videos that were played in this trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to answer.
Yes. I'm sorry.
And let's talk about where you were just prior to operating your vehicle up State Route 2, on State Route 2. Where were you and describe how you were driving?
I was in a left turning lane. I was maybe about 45 cars behind, maybe 6. Left turning lane to go on ramp to hit Route 2 East to go home.
And when you were turning left, did there come a point in time where you had a signal that allowed you to turn left?
Yeah, I had to right away.
Okay, but what signal was it?
I had the green light, turn light.
Was it an arrow?
Yes.
So you weren't the first one to go through the light turning left?
No, there was a blue car in front of me that decided to go straight. So I filled up his space, and in filling up his space, that's when John came around with the motorcycle and cut me off.
Now, when did you first notice Mr. Cadis on his motorcycle?
Probably about halfway through my turn, on Route 2.
And tell us what you noticed and what you noticed about Mr. Cadis' driving.
That he just cut me off. He was acting like, other than that and cutting me off, he was driving normally, I guess.
Did you observe any of his driving prior to him turning right?
No, he cut across I thought he was a little further down than what the video shows. And honestly, I thought he was a person on a motorcycle because I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention other than seeing somebody go across the street. And next thing you know, I see him cut in front of me and cars, between lanes of cars.
Okay. Now, as you're traveling up, or let me back up. So you saw him cut you off, and I think we've all seen that on the video here. What happened next as you're traveling up the ramp, Vine Street ramp onto eastbound State Route 2? Describe what was happening.
I was looking at him and thinking, dude, excuse my French, I'm not gonna use the exact language that I used, but dude, you're a dick. And then when we went up a little bit, he turned around and gave me like suggestion, like, dude, what the hell? Like I was in the wrong
Well,
because I was so close to him.
Can you show us what gesture he made to you?
He turned around, like he had his arm like this on his handlebar. His throttle, his right hand was on the throttle. He turned around with his right hand, turned around, looked at me like, what the hell?
Okay, so just so we're clear here, you're positioning your body, turning your body to the right, and it's your testimony that Mr. Cadis had his hand extended back towards you.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing with it. He just sat there and went like, what the hell? I don't know.
Okay. And
Like I was in the wrong. Like I was one who cut him off.
Okay, so you perceived him making these gestures to you, and you took that as he thought you were in the wrong.
Yeah. And I was thinking, even though in the video it kind of sounds being kind of harsh, but I was kind of excited and I was kind of anxious at the whole time. My thinking was, dude, don't do this. It's not going to end very, very well for you. Don't play games.
All right.
You're on a motorcycle. I'm in a car.
All right. So, I mean, can you describe, that was your thought at that time that he was driving. How was his driving?
I want to see he's trying. At the moment, I don't know if he's trying to do what he's trying to do. I don't know if he's trying to be intentional with his driving. I don't know if what he was about to do. The only thing I was worried about is rear-ending him because I was so close to him. Because he put himself in there.
You had mentioned to Detective Sergeant Raskell that Mr. Cadis, in your opinion, was brake checking you. Do you recall that?
I don't know what he was doing. All I know is that we were going up the ramp and suddenly he was decelerating. And if I didn't try to go around him, I would have rear-ended him.
And can you describe what type of action you took in operating your vehicle up the ramp?
Since I didn't want to rear-end him,
Yes.
I tried to go around him. I tried to avoid an accident, which is, as far as I know, what your insurance wants you to do.
So when you say you try to go around him, which side of the motorcycle did you travel?
I went to my right, which would have been, I went to my right.
Okay. And what was your thought process on driving to the right of Mr. Cadis?
Just trying to get the hell around him. 'Cause I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. I don't know if he's trying to do an insurance scam. I don't know what the hell he's trying to what he's trying to do. I don't know if he's trying to be what you see in videos, people being jerks on real brake checking people. I don't know.
What was your, did there come a point in time where you did, your vehicle did move to the right of Mr. Cadis' motorcycle and that you were to the right of him?
Yeah.
Okay. Take us through what happened next and what did you perceive?
As I ran around him, I wasn't really trying to pay attention to what he was doing. I was trying to pay attention to not going off-road because I was very close to going off-road. And trying to get on the highway, trying to get away from him. Once I passed him, my really goal was not to see where he went.
All right. So, what was the last point in time where you observed Mr. Cadis and what did you see? What did you perceive?
When I passed him, I looked in my side view mirror and it looked like he went to the left, like he was entering a highway behind a car that I was trying to get in front of, merging onto Route 2. After that, I didn't see where he went. I didn't see anything.
Did you feel any contact between your motor vehicle and Mr. Cadis?
No, only thing I felt was road. And only thing I heard was wind. I don't know if I had my windows up. I don't know if I had my radio on, up or down. I don't know. I don't remember that much.
Can you describe which direction Mr. Cadis traveled from your point of view?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Well, Which direction did he, you said you were traveling straight onto Route 2, which direction did he move?
He looked like he went to the left trying to merge on Route 2 after I passed him.
So, from your recollection, you felt you passed him and that he was turning or moving to the left on the State Route 2?
Yeah, last time I saw him, he was getting behind what I think was a blue car that was behind me as I was trying to merge in front of behind the silver car that was in the picture, that the person that took the pictures of my license plate.
Did you see Mr. Davis's motorcycle collide with Ms. Stinson's vehicle?
No,
Did you observe any of this chain reaction accident as it occurred on State Route 2?
no,
Did you hear any of this?
no. Like I said, I don't remember if him with windows up. If he had your windows down, doing 60 miles an hour with the radio on, you don't hear a whole lot. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that would understand that.
Did you, where did you travel? And I guess which lane of travel did you move into onto State Route 2?
There was, only reason why I remember the color of the cars is because of what was in the picture that the gentleman provided. There was a silver car in front of me that I merged behind. There was
Which lane were you in?
I think I was in lane number 3, which would be the right lane.
Okay.
There was a blue car behind me. I mean, not behind me, but next to me. I want to say I was doing about 60, 65 at this moment. When I get on the highway, I always try to travel as best as I can in the center lane, because the way I was taught, when I was taught, the center lane in a three-way highway is for through traffic. The right lane is for on and off only.
Did you, at any point in time, do you recall moving into the far left lane?
Yeah.
And do you recall why you did that?
Trying to get home.
Do you recall seeing any other vehicles traveling at any high speeds as you were traveling after you merged onto State Route?
Yeah, there was a car in front of me when I was in the left lane. I mean, right lane, I'm sorry. There was a silver car, blue car, and there's a few cars around me other than that. I know that behind me.
Did you see any motorcyclists?
Yes.
And can you describe what you saw as you traveled eastbound?
After I got on the highway, I want to say I went maybe about 3, 4, 5 seconds later. I was trying to get behind the blue car that was in the center lane. And then was doing that, I saw a motorcycle going pretty fast on the highway in the left lane.
Can you estimate the speed that the motorcyclists were traveling?
I want to say maybe about 80, 90, maybe more. I don't know.
What was going through your mind when you saw this motorcyclist?
I thought it was him. It was
You
John.
thought
It was
the motorcyclist
Yeah.
that merged onto State Route 2.
Yeah. And I cursed him and called him a few choice names for a little bit until I got home.
Let's talk about that. Where did you go next after?
I went straight
driving
home.
on State Route
I went
2?
straight home.
And how would you have traveled to your residence that day?
Route 2 to 615 out to Station Street up to Jackson to cross over 20 down to Little Mountain Road, and I go up and hit, I think that is Evergreen, and I hit Evergreen and go down to my parents' road, which is Longview.
And tell me what happened when you got home and when you got out of the car.
I got out of the car and saw the dents. I cursed a little bit.
What was going through your mind when you saw the dents?
I was pissed. I didn't know that there was dents. I really don't remember other than being pissed and cursing him out a couple times underneath my breath.
So why were you upset?
It's a new car. I got dents.
Well, it's not a new car.
Well, to me, it's a new car.
Okay, so did you take care of that car?
Oh, very much so. I tried to as much as I could with the 10-year-old used car.
What was the location of the damages that you saw?
It was right between the bumper seam and the fender seam.
In your mind at that point in time, what had caused that damage?
Only thing I could think of, there was contact between the bike.
So, why didn't you call the police that there had been an accident at that time?
I've been down this road before, and I've been coming out of a parking lot a couple times and find a dent in my car or broken tail light or headlight, whatever. I filed the report before, and it just sits there. They don't do anything about it. And why would I want to do something like that this time? Last time I did something like that, I had to pay to have my insurance. This is one of the first time I got insurance. I had a broken tail light. I called my insurance. They fixed it. I paid $250, and they raised my insurance by $75. This was probably about 8 years ago. So I kind of learned my lesson on that one.
All right, so in your mind, you didn't think anything would come of it if you called the police at that time?
No.
Did you have any way to identify the motorcyclist who you now have believed contacted your
No.
company? So what did you do next, Mr. Setzer?
I went inside, spent time with my dog, petted her for a little bit, said hi to her, got ready, and went to Penitentiary Glen.
And why did you go to Penitentiary Glen?
Just the park that I chose that day.
Is this a routine that you would normally do with your dog?
Yeah, I usually went to Todd's Field because she likes to swim and it's easy access to the river. But every week I try to go someplace different. I've gone to Chapin Hill, down to Fairport, Headlands, gone to the Farm Park, Dog Park.
All right, so this was just a random spot that you had chosen to walk.
Yeah, I've never been there before taking the trails. My mom and dad told me it was a good place to go to take my dog.
All right. So you went to Penitentiary Glen, and what did you do after you were done walking your dog's an older dog, right?
Yeah, at the time she would probably been about 13 and a half.
Okay. So after you walked your dog at Penitentiary Glen, what did you do next?
I came home, and that's when my parents told me that there was a detective at the house talking about an accident,
Okay.
and they left a business card, and they want me to call them immediately after when I got home.
So let me stop you there. So your parents, how old are your parents?
My dad is in his late 80s. My mom is in the early 80s.
All right. So what was their demeanor when they were telling you this?
With my past record, not very pleased.
All right. So they were upset that the detective was over at the house?
Yeah, you can say that.
All right. So,
They had questions.
all right. So the detective, and the detective left his identifying information there.
Yeah.
And what did you do once you found out that the detective had been there?
I called him immediately.
All right. And do you know which police department it was?
I'm guessing it's Willoughby.
Pardon?
It was Willoughby.
It was Willoughby, right?
Yeah.
I mean, did you call the Willoughby Police Department?
Yeah. Whatever number is on that card he gave me, his cell phone number or his main number, whatever it was.
All right. So, when you called the Willoughby Police Department, did you speak with someone?
Yes.
All right. And what information was conveyed to you at that time?
That there was an accident involving a motorcycle and 5 other cars. They never tell me what the severity of it, though.
And what was going through your mind at that point in time?
I figured that there was going to be contact, but I didn't know that there was going to be a severe accident like there was until I was told about it by the Mentor Police, about the severity of it.
Well, we're just talking about the phone call. The phone call, you just knew there was an accident, correct?
Yeah,
Involving multiple vehicles.
yeah.
All right. So did there come a point in time thereafter, after you called them, what did they instruct you to do? After you called Willoughby Police Department?
I really don't know what they were going to do. They didn't really instruct me to do anything. They just asked me some questions. And I was about to...
Did they advise you that someone was going to be coming over to your house?
No. No, because I was actually, when the Mentor Police Department showed up, I was actually in my vehicle on my way to go to the Willoughby Police Department
All right.
to take care of this.
All right, so you were getting back in your vehicle and you were just going to drive over to Willoughby?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wasn't even in my vehicle for like 10 seconds. I was actually about to back out of my driveway when they showed up.
All right. So tell me what happened with the Mentor police officers?
They asked me some questions, and they told me that some sergeant was on his way. And they wanted to ask me some questions.
All right. And actually that was Officer DeSanto.
Yeah.
And we watched the video of Officer DeSanto talking to you.
Yeah, and that's when they told me about the severity of the crash and all that. They told me that there was 5 cars and the car rolled over and all that kind of stuff. And there's a baby that went to Cleveland Metro or Cleveland Babies.
I'm sorry, you heard what?
That I was told that there was a child that went to babies and was rushed to babies in hospital, Cleveland Hospital. I'm not sure what the name of it. Please forgive me.
All right, so you knew that from the Mentor police officers that there was an accident and that you've now discovered there's been injuries.
No, I learned about the accident from the sergeant who I talked to over the phone. That's when I learned about the accident.
And then when you learned about the injuries from the Mentor police officers?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
When we were sitting and waiting for him to show up.
And then you learned also,
Or somewhere in that time, I was told about the severity of the accident. I don't remember who told me, but I remember that I was told by the Mentor Police Department about the severity. When exactly had it happened, I don't remember.
and you learned about that there were some children involved.
Yes.
And you knew, and how did that make you feel?
Absolutely terrible.
So you recall that Officer DeSanto arrived, correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
That it happened at Penitentiary Glen.
Why would you tell him that?
Because I panicked. Because not knowing I was involved in an accident and someone calls me and tells me that, I freaked out. Okay? It's flat out and simple. I freaked out. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be any part of that, what I was being told.
Were you well, first of all, did they tow your car?
Yes.
Did you give them the keys and allow them to
Yeah.
tow your car? Did you cooperate with officers?
Oh, 100%.
So were you given instructions on what to do next?
No. Only thing they told me that there was going to be an investigation and they wanted me to fill out a report, and since it was around 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, I asked them if I could fill it out and drop it off tomorrow, which I did.
Okay. So now we're fast forwarding into the next day, which was August 15th.
Yeah.
You remember that day?
Yes.
So did there come a point in time on August 15th where you traveled to the Willoughby Police Department?
Yes, my dad drove me.
Okay, your dad drove you
Yeah.
in the car, right?
Yeah.
All right, so your dad drove you in his car to Willoughby PD, and you were invited to talk to Detective Sergeant Brasley, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so, tell us what happened at Willoughby PD and how you were invited in to talk to them.
I went in voluntary and told them what happened and everything that I saw and what happened. I told them immediately, I don't know exactly how far into the interview, but I did tell them pretty much immediately that what I told them when it had Penitentiary Glen wasn't true.
So you immediately set the record straight with
Within a few minutes of our interview, yes. I don't remember exactly when, but it wasn't exactly immediately, but within a minute or two of our discussion, I did.
All right, and he told you that, hey, the door's open, you can leave anytime, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, and you decided that you wanted to stay and talk to him, right?
Yeah.
What else, tell me about everything you told Detective Sergeant Brasley.
Everything I told him was in the video. I mean, I told him about the bike. I told him about the accident. I told him about how how he cut me off and all that. And That's pretty much about it.
And you recall Detective Sergeant Rastel challenging you that there's no way you didn't know that this accident had occurred. Do you recall that?
I believe
That he
he's.
questioned you.
I believe something along the way of is it would be hard to believe that people would not know that there was an accident.
And what was your response to Detective Sergeant Rastel?
I don't remember the times. I flat out did not know.
I mean, did you perceive the accident with Mr. Cadis' motorcycle as it was occurring?
Yes.
Did you perceive that you had struck Mr. Cadis?
No.
Did you perceive that Mr. Cadis was there, but you didn't perceive that you had struck him?
Yes.
Did you tell, and you told Detective Sergeant Rastel that had you known about the accident, you would not have left? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And why did you tell him that? Is that the truth?
Because it is the truth. I've seen accidents worse than this one, and I've helped out.
And you recall telling Detective Sergeant Rastel that if anything, if you did anything wrong, that you should have backed off. Do you remember that?
I don't remember getting the opportunity to.
No. I'm talking about what you told him. Okay?
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
We're talking about your conversation with Detective Sergeant Rastel. Do you recall telling him that if I could have done anything differently, I should have backed off?
Yeah.
And why did you say that? And is that true?
It's the only thing I could have done differently. I think. I mean, looking at the video, he really didn't get a whole much of a chance to do a whole much of anything.
Now, you told Detective Sergeant Rastel that at one point, according to your recollection, that you were 6 inches away from his back tire. Do you recall that?
Yes, when he first cut in front of me.
All right. Do you recall that you were close to Mr. Cadis' motorcycle as you were traveling up the ramp?
I want to say I wasn't as close to him as I was when he first cut me off. I was trying to give him space.
Did you feel like you were engaging in road rage with Mr. Cadis?
Maybe on his end, but not on mine.
And why do you say that?
Because I wasn't the one who cut me off. If you ever take Route 2, you see it happen on a daily basis. You get cut off almost on a daily basis, especially around 90 and 2 split. Everybody trying to get off at Babbitt Road and 222 from 90. It happens on a daily basis.
Did you recall telling Detective Sergeant Rastel that you were on the line trying to get around him? Do you recall making that statement to him?
Yes.
All right. When you referred to yourself being on the line trying to get around him, what were you referring to?
I was on the side. I was on the right side of the road. I was trying to get around him from him brake checking me. Because if I didn't brake check him, if I didn't try to go around him, I would have rear-ended him, and this would have been a whole different story.
Do you believe? Did you?
Well, I don't know how well of a different story, but
Did you rear-end Mr. Cadis?
no.
Did you intentionally drive your vehicle into Mr. Cadis?
No, I was trying to avoid him.
Now, there's been some testimony from Mr. Healy that you were accelerating going up the ramp to State Route 2. Were you accelerating going up the ramp to State Route 2?
Yeah.
Why were you accelerating?
Because that's what you do when you get on the highway. You don't do 30 miles an hour, get on the highway and go up to 60.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Setzer, as far as your workplace, are you permitted to consume alcohol or drugs at your workplace?
Not at work, no.
Were you consuming any alcohol or drugs of abuse on August 14th?
No, I haven't drank or smoked in over 13 years.
Do you smoke tobacco though?
Yes,
You vape?
yes.
Don't
Trying to
think you
quit.
have it?
Trying to quit smoking, yes. Which I never started.
Did any of the officers ask you any questions about alcohol or drugs?
No.
And you spoke with Officer DeSanto and the Mentor police officers for some time that day, correct?
I want to say a good 20 minutes before he showed up, maybe.
Yeah. So the Mentor police officers were talking to you for approximately how long before Officer DeSanto arrived?
I want to say a good 10 minutes before he showed up.
And then you spent another 10 minutes or so with him?
He was there for a while. I don't know how long he was there. I remember, I want to say when everything was all said and done, I want to say they left around 10:30 maybe at night,
Okay.
give or take.
Well, it was definitely light when he was there, correct?
I want to say he showed up maybe around 6, 7-ish, maybe.
Okay. So, I mean, we're watching the video, it was definitely still daylight out.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're saying that he might have stayed even until darkness had
He
arrived.
had to stay because he had to be responsible for my truck being towed.
Understood. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examination for the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Stetzer.
Morning.
All right, I've got a couple questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
On August 14th, 2024, you were just trying to get home from work. right?
Yeah, trying my own business like one of the witnesses said.
So, you told Detective Sergeant Rascal that when you were on that highway ramp, you were really paying attention, right?
Trying to.
Because you were upset about what happened at the bottom of it, right?
I was a little irritated that he cut me off, but not to the point where what I'm being accused of.
Well, you were upset, right?
A little irritated, yes, but not to where I'm being accused of.
But you were upset, right?
A little bit.
You told us on direct examination you were cursing under your breath.
Yeah, because he cut me off. I don't know what person doesn't swear under his breath when someone cuts him off.
So you had a reaction to being caught, right?
Yes.
And that emotion continued with you as you went up that ramp.
No.
But you were paying extra attention as you went up that ramp, right?
Yeah.
Because you were worried about what the motorcycle might do.
Yeah.
You were worried the motorcycle might brake check you, maybe.
Yeah.
You said at one point on that ramp, the guy on the motorcycle turned around and he looked at you, right?
Yeah.
Like it was your fault.
Yeah.
And when you say like it was your fault, you mean what happened at the bottom of the ramp, right?
Yes.
So you're all the way going up the ramp, and you're upset by the fact that he turned around and looked at you, right?
No.
That didn't-
I'm thinking that, dude, if you're gonna play games, this is not gonna end easily for you. I'm in a car. You're on a motorcycle.
So that is your thought as you are going up that highway ramp, right?
Yeah, but I'm not pissed about it though.
But that's your thought?
Yeah.
That's your state of mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that motorcycle never brake checked you, right?
Yes. No. No. I didn't
Well,
say no.
Which one? It did or it didn't?
I'm not. He was slowing down. I don't know if he's brake checking me, but he was decelerating to enough where if I did not go around him, I would have rear-ended him. And at 16 miles an hour, that wouldn't have been very pretty for him.
Well, it wasn't very pretty for him, was it, Mr. Sutton?
It wasn't pretty for a whole lot of people.
Now, you testified that you tried to pass the motorcycle on the road, correct?
When he started brake checking me, yes.
And that wouldn't be legal for you to pass him on the road, correct?
Well, it's not legal for him to brake check somebody either.
He was the vehicle directly in front of you.
If
right?
you're intentionally braking somebody, it is illegal for somebody to do that. If you want me to, I can bring in state people and have that, or bring in the booklet saying that it is illegal for somebody to intentionally brake check you.
Mr. Stetzer, you were behind the motorcycle, right?
Yes.
He was in front of you at all times, right?
Yes.
So you had the ability to see if his brake lights came on.
They
right?
did.
And you had the ability to stop your vehicle, right?
Not in time without me hitting him, no.
You had the ability to slow your vehicle, right?
If I did not stop and go around him, I would have hit him, even regardless if I hit my brakes or not or try to slow down. I would have hit him.
And you did hit him, Mr. Stetzer, right?
No.
You collided with the motorcycle at the top of that ramp.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay?
Not until after I got
Hang on,
home.
wait for the next question.
I'm
please.
sorry.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Stetzer, when you got home that day, you realized that there was damage on your car, right?
Yes.
And you immediately cursed the motorcycle for that damage, right?
Yes.
You knew then and there that you had made contact with the motorcycle.
Yes. After I got home.
You knew at the top of that ramp, though. that
No,
things
I did
were
not.
gonna end
Let her answer the question.
You knew
Or
at
ask the
top-
question, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Stetzer, you knew at the top of that ramp that things weren't going to end well, though, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't stick around to find out, did you?
I didn't know there was an accident.
You just kept driving.
Yes.
Now, you said under our examination with your lawyer that you didn't call the police immediately when you saw that damage, right?
I didn't call the police at all.
And the reason you didn't call the police is because you didn't want your insurance premiums to go up?
No.
Well, you told us that the last time you reported damage to your vehicle, your insurance premiums went up, right?
Yeah.
You didn't-
Because somebody hit me. And I didn't want a dent in my car.
Okay.
So I went to have it fixed.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I'm sure if you've gotten a dent in your car, did you make a report for it?
You don't ask the questions, sir. Just answer questions, please.
Okay. Sorry.
So, Mr. Stetzer, then you took your dog out for a walk, which was normal for you. right?
Yes.
When you came back, you interacted with the police?
No. I got home and my parents told me that the two detectives were there and they left their business card and talked about an accident. And I needed contacted them. No, when I got home, I did not have any contact except for over the phone.
Right. You interacted with the police because you picked up the phone and you called.
Yes, you're making it sound like they were there when I got home.
So you talked to Detective Sergeant Rassel, right?
Yes.
And not long after you speak to him, Menor Police shows up at your house because they're looking for your car,
Yes.
right? It's at this point that you tell them that that damage was from penitentiary Glen, right?
That's when they told me about that's when they told me the severity, and I didn't want to be anywhere part of that. I don't know if anybody who heard about an accident wants to be any part of that kind of accident.
Right? Nobody wants to be involved in a situation where they might be at fault, right?
When I heard the severity, I didn't want anything to be anywhere 100 miles with that accident. If I could put myself anyplace else, yes, I would have.
Right. Now, you didn't tell the truth about where that damage came from until you were sitting face to face with Detective Sergeant Rassel. right?
Yes.
And he told you that that didn't happen at Penitentiary Glen, right?
No.
He told you that they had pictures of your car before and after the crash?
No.
You don't remember that?
They didn't have pictures of me before the accident.
You don't remember him saying that they had photos of your video?
No.
Excuse me, photos of your vehicle?
No.
Now, Mr. Setzer, you told us up here that you feel bad for what happened to John Cakes, right?
A little, yes.
Feel bad as you sit here today, right?
Yes.
But you didn't feel bad for him on August 14th, did you?
Yes.
You didn't feel bad for him on August 15th?
I
did you?
felt bad for him,
You
yes.
didn't tell anyone you felt bad for him, right?
I didn't know who he was.
Well, the motorcyclist. You didn't tell anyone you felt bad for the motorcyclist, right?
I just did.
Now, let's talk about what you told the police that you did feel about the motorcycles, right? You said, I'll hit you and I won't feel bad about it, right?
If he's playing games, yeah, I'm not going to feel bad about it.
You didn't say sorry, right?
For what?
You didn't ask if he was okay.
I didn't know he was in an accident.
No, I mean when you're talking with Sergeant Rastel.
I asked him, he told me he was in the hospital with a broken leg and bones.
But Mr. Setzer, you said, and I quote, if I did hit him, it would be his fault, right?
Yes,
You said that actions have consequences, and these would be his consequences?
yes.
Referring to the fact that he's injured?
No, is the fact that he put us, with his driving and cutting me off, he put us in this situation. That was his actions.
And then your actions were that you hit him, right?
Trying to go home, trying to get away from him. I was no intention of hitting him. All I was trying to do was going home. Avoiding him is all possible means.
Mr. Setzer, you even told the police that you have no respect for bikes, right?
No, I never said that.
Did you hear yourself say that on the recorded video?
I remember saying I have too much respect for those motorcycles to do something like that.
You don't remember hearing yourself say, I have no respect for bikes and stuff like that?
No.
Okay.
I remember in the video me saying that I have too much I would never do anything like that because I have too much respect for people on motorcycles. That I much I remember.
You don't think that those statements that you made and the thoughts that were running through your head are road rage?
I was a little upset and anxious about what was all going on. They someone took my truck and all this kind of stuff. I think anybody'd be a little upset about what was going on.
That's road rage, right?
I don't know. What's your classification of road rage?
I'm asking if you think that's road rage, Mr. Setzer.
If I'm driving down the road and I scream at somebody to cut me off and I'm not doing anything, I don't think that's road rage. Chasing somebody down and stuff like that, that's road rage. Going out and spray somebody, going out and grabbing a gun and shooting people and stuff like that, I hear all the time in radios and videos I watch, that's road rage. Me sitting in my car cursing somebody out is not road rage to me.
Mr. Setzer, is accelerating toward another vehicle road rage?
When I'm trying to accelerate and get on the highway, yes.
Okay.
It's not road rage. It's just normal driving trying to get on the highway.
It's normal to swerve around vehicles out of the lane of traffic?
When somebody's brake checking you, yes. Unless you want me... Okay, I have a question. Your Honor, may I ask a question really quick?
No.
Okay.
Ask a question, please.
Mr. Setzer, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 14E.
Okay.
It's going to come up on your screen, okay? Now, you've seen this a couple times.
Up here?
Whenever we publish. Now, Mr. Setzer, the far left of that picture, that's your Nissan truck, right?
Okay, yeah, I guess.
And just in front of it, you see an arm in the air, right?
In the picture, yes.
That's John Cadis on his motorcycle, right?
Okay.
You're telling us that you didn't feel any contact with that motorcycle.
No.
You're telling us that you didn't hear any contact with that motorcycle.
No.
You're telling us that you didn't see any contact with that motorcycle.
No.
Can we look at State's Exhibit 14F, please? Now, this is 1 second later in the video, right, Mr. Setzer?
Okay.
That's your Nissan pickup truck, right?
Yes.
That is a motorcycle with no occupant, right?
I don't see a motorcycle.
Directly in front of your car, you don't see a motorcycle?
No, I don't. I don't see it in here. No, I don't.
You don't see a motorcycle with no rider?
I see a black blob that could be plants.
Hey, Mr. Setzer, I'm going to take that laser pointer from in front of you, if you don't mind. Actually, Mr. Setzer, we're going to pull up State's Exhibit 14H, which is a zoomed-in version of this photo where you may be able to see it a little better. You heard other witnesses testify that there was a motorcycle with no rider, right?
I guess. Okay, now I can see a little bit better.
Mr. Setzer, that's a motorcycle with no rider on it, right?
I guess.
In front of your car?
I guess.
You see a Subaru there?
I see a car.
And that car is beginning to flip.
I don't see anything there.
That car is, its tires are not on the ground, Mr. Setzer.
I can't see it through my truck.
Ask a
In the
question,
photo
please.
right now, Mr. Setzer.
I can't see him.
You can't see that photo?
I can't see the tires on the right side of the car.
Okay, Mr. Setzer, that's fine. Are you telling us that you didn't see a riderless motorcycle that day?
No,
Are you telling us you didn't see a Subaru roll that day?
no,
And Mr. Setzer, you're telling us that you didn't hear the sound of a car rolling down the highway, right?
no.
You didn't see that motorcycle go 100 yards down the highway.
It did.
You heard testimony that it did, right?
I guess that, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know anything about this, except for what I'm being told today and through testimony.
Mr. Setzer, are you telling me that that's not you?
I'm not saying it's not.
Okay.
I'm saying I didn't know anything about this accident.
But going up the ramp, Mr. Setzer, your thought was that this was going to end badly because that was a motorcycle and you were a car, right?
If you kept on playing games, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Mr. Setzer, as you sit here today and you're talking to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you conceding or agreeing that your vehicle did contact Mr. Cadis' vehicle, motorcycle?
Yes, but not at the time. I did not
I
know.
understand that, but you're not denying that your vehicle did come into contact with this motorcycle.
Yes, I'm not denying that.
And are you telling us that you just didn't know at the time, August 14, 2024, that your vehicle came in contact with the motorcycle? That's what you're telling us?
Yes,
And if you had contacted Mr. Cadis, was this contact intentional?
no,
Did you feel that you were recklessly driving as you accelerated to get up to speed on the ramp there?
no.
No further questions?
Recross examination.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, sir, you may return to your seat. Thank you. All right, defense may call its next witness.
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Did you arrest at this point?
We would, Your Honor.
Okay. You didn't have any exhibits outside of what you used the state's exhibits, right?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So does the state have any rebuttal testimony?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you have just heard, then the defense is rested. The state is not intending on presenting any rebuttal testimony. That means you have now heard all the evidence that each side intends on presenting in this case. There are 2 steps that remain to be completed before you get to begin your deliberations. Next, the court's going to provide you with the instructions of the law. The parties will then, after that, present to you their closing arguments, and then I'll give you some concluding remarks after that. Before we get to the instructions, I need to address some legal matters, excuse me, I'm sorry, again, outside the presence of the jury, so the timing works out all right. We'll take our mid-morning break. We'll do what we need to do, and then we'll come back in here and conclude this matter. So please remember, even though all the testimony has been presented, you're not allowed to talk about the case with each other yet, so please don't do that. take a break and then All right, ladies and gentlemen, as indicated before the break, 2 steps remain for us to complete before you can start deliberating. The next step is that I'm going to read to you the final instructions of law. I alluded to these at the very beginning of the case, but I'm required to read them to you before you begin your deliberations. Now, as I told you also, I'm not expecting you to memorize what I told you. You're going to have written copies of these instructions in the jury room with you, and you're going to have at least a half dozen copies to share. So you'll have those back there with you, but I am required to read them, so I'm going to do that at this time. I will put it up on the big screen as well. If you want to follow along, you can do that. You can just sit back and listen as well. That'll be up to you to decide. But we're going to get started with that at this point. After I conclude, the parties will then give their closing arguments. So let's get started. You have heard the evidence. The court will now provide you with the instructions of law. The court and the jury have separate functions. The jury decides the disputed facts, and the court provides the instructions of law. It is your sworn duty to accept these instructions and to apply the law as it is given to you. You are not permitted to change the law, nor to apply your own conception of what you think the law should be. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he's been charged with the criminal offenses. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. The plea of not guilty entered by the defendant to each charge is a denial of the charges and puts in issue all the essential elements of each of the offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offenses charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when the jurors, after they have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, cannot say they are firmly convinced of the truth of the charges. It is a doubt that's based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of the person's own affairs. Now, evidence is defined as all the testimony received from the witnesses and the exhibits submitted during the trial, any facts that may be agreed to by counsel, and any facts the court requires you to accept as true. Can I see counsel for 1 second, please? Now, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to, I told you how the evidence includes facts that are agreed to by counsel. In this particular case, there was a stipulation, which is another word for an agreement, that was entered into by the parties regarding certain evidence. I'm going to read those to you basically at this point. The State of Ohio, by and through Charles Colson, Lake County Prosecuting Attorney, and Lauren Tuttle, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney, hereby enters into a stipulation with Hector Martinez, Esquire, the attorney for the defendant, as well as the defendant Dale Setzer, to the chain of custody, the evidentiary foundation, and admissibility regarding the following evidence. And it was this to-scale overhead map of the scene produced by David Ferris of the Lake County GIS Department, certified medical records for John Cadis from University Hospitals and Lake West Medical Center for the treatment and diagnosis received on August 14, 2024, certified medical records for Norris Stinson from Cleveland Clinic Family Health Center for treatment and diagnosis received on August 16, 2024. Video footage obtained from Maroos Brothers Construction located at 36933 Vine Street in Willoughby, Ohio from August 14, 2024. And video footage obtained from Excalibur Towing located at 37035 Code Avenue in Willoughby, Ohio from August 14, 2024. So the parties agreed in regards to the admissibility and the evidentiary foundation of these exhibits. That's not an issue in this regard. All right, we'll continue on here. Now, evidence may be direct or circumstantial, or it could be both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which that witness testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see the ground is covered in snow, that is circumstantial evidence it snowed earlier. Likewise, if you see human footprints in sand, that is circumstantial evidence that someone had previously walked there. To infer or to make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion of facts which you may but are not required to make from other facts which you find have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or opening statements or closing arguments. The opening statements and closing arguments are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You must not speculate as to why the court sustained any objection to any question or what the answers to such question might have been. You must not make any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion included in a question that was not answered. Statements that were stricken by the court or which you were instructed to disregard are not evidence and must be treated as though you never heard them. If the court sustained any objections concerning any statements made during opening or closing arguments, you must disregard such statements made by any attorney. Exhibits as well as testimony related to them have been introduced. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibits should receive in light of all the evidence. If there is a copy of an exhibit, you should consider it the same as the original. If there are deletions or redactions, you must not consider those parts. The exhibits are identified by their numbers or letters. The fact that numbers or letters may be missing or omitted shall not be considered by you for any reason. You will have with you in the jury room as exhibits audio and video recordings which were introduced into evidence. If and whenever you wish to listen to or view any of these recordings, there is equipment in the jury room which the bailiff will assist you in setting up and instruct you on how to use so that you may consider this evidence. In this case, testimony has been admitted indicating the defendant fled the scene. Now, regarding this evidence, you are instructed that the defendant's flight from the scene does not alone raise a presumption of guilt, but it may tend to indicate the defendant's consciousness of guilt. If you find that the facts do not support that the defendant fled the scene, or if you find that some other motive prompted the defendant's conduct, or if you are unable to decide what the defendant's motivation was, then you should not consider this evidence for any purpose. However, if you find that the facts support that the defendant fled the scene, and if you decide that the defendant was motivated by a consciousness of guilt, you may, but are not required to, consider that evidence in deciding whether the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged in counts 1 through 6. You alone will determine what weight, if any, to give to this evidence. Now, as jurors, you are the sole judge of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, including the defendant, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You will apply the test of truthfulness, which you apply in your daily lives. Now, these tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which the witness testified, accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem to be proper. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses. Generally, a witness may not express an opinion. However, one who follows a profession or a special line of work may express an opinion because of education, knowledge, and experience. Such testimony is admitted for whatever assistance it may provide to help you to arrive at a just verdict. Questions may have been asked in which an expert witness was permitted to assume that certain facts were true and to give an opinion based upon such assumption. You must determine whether the assumed facts upon which an expert based an opinion are true. If any assumed fact was not established, you will determine its effect upon the opinion of the expert. As with other witnesses, upon you alone rests the duty of deciding what weight should be given to the testimony of an expert. In determining its weight, you may take into consideration the skill, experience, knowledge, veracity, familiarity with the facts of the case, and the usual rules for testing credibility and determining the weight to give to the testimony. You should not decide any issue of fact merely based on the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses who on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because he or she was under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. Now as for the specific charges. In counts 1 and 3, the defendant is charged with felonious assault. Before you can find the defendant guilty of either or both of these offenses, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about August 14, 2024 in Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Dale Setzer, did knowingly cause physical harm to, in count 1, John Cadis, and in count 3, Norris Stinson. In counts 2 and 4, the defendant is charged with felonious assault. Before you can find the defendant guilty of either or both of these offenses, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about August 14, 2024, in Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Dale Setzer, did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to, in count 2, John Cadis, by means of a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, and in count 4, Norris Stinson, by means of a deadly weapon, to wit, being a motor vehicle. Now, the following words contained in counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 defined as set forth below. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly, regardless of his purpose, when he is aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result. A person has knowledge of circumstances when he is aware that such circumstances probably exist. Knowingly means a person is aware of the existence of the facts and that his acts will probably be of a certain nature. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. As to counts 1 and 3, you will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that his conduct would cause serious physical harm to John Cadis in count 1 and to Norris Stinson in count 3. As to counts 2 and 4, you will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that his conduct would cause physical harm by means of a deadly weapon to John Cadis in count 2 and Norris Stinson in count 4. Now, causation. The state of Ohio charges that the act of the defendant caused serious physical harm to another in counts 1 and 3, and caused or attempted to cause physical harm to another by means of a deadly weapon in counts 2 and 4. Cause is an essential element of these offenses. Cause is an act or failure to act that, in a natural and continuous sequence, directly produces physical harm to a person and without which it would not have occurred. There may be one or more causes of an event. However, if the defendant's act was one cause and the existence of other causes is not a defense. The defendant's responsibility is not limited to the immediate or most obvious result of the defendant's act. The defendant is also responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences or results that follow in the ordinary course of events from the defendant's act, even though physical harm to a person was also caused by the intervening act of another person. Physical harm to a person means any injury, illness, or other physiological impairment, regardless of its gravity or duration. Serious physical harm to a person means any of the following. A, any mental illness or condition of such gravity as would normally require hospitalization or prolonged psychiatric treatment. B, any physical harm that carries a substantial risk of death. C, any physical harm that involves some permanent incapacity, whether partial or total, or that involves some temporary substantial incapacity. D, any physical harm that involves some permanent disfigurement or that involves some temporary serious disfigurement. Or E, any physical harm that involves acute pain of such duration as to result in substantial suffering or that involves any degree of prolonged or intractable pain. Attempt. An attempt occurs when a person knowingly engages in conduct that, if successful, would result in physical harm to a person. Deadly weapon means any instrument, device, or thing capable of inflicting death and designed or specially adapted for use as a weapon or possessed, carried, or used as a weapon. A deadly weapon is any instrument, device, or thing that has two characteristics. The first characteristic is that it is capable of inflicting or causing death. The second characteristic is in the alternative. Either the instrument, device, or thing was designed or specially adapted for use as a weapon, such as a gun, billy club, or brass knuckles, or it was possessed, carried, or used in this case as a weapon. These are questions of fact for you to decide. In counts 5 and 6, the defendant is charged with vehicular assault. Before you can find the defendant guilty of either or both of these offenses, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about August 14, 2024 in Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Dale Setzer, did, while operating a motor vehicle, recklessly cause serious physical harm to John Cadis in count 5, and in count 6 to Allison Stinson and or Norris Stinson and or Margot Stinson. The following words contained in the charges set forth above in counts 5 and 6 are defined as set forth below. Operate means to cause or have caused movement. Motor vehicle means any vehicle including mobile homes and recreational vehicles that is propelled or drawn by power other than muscular power or power collected from overhead electric trolley wires. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's conduct is likely to cause a certain result or is likely to be of a certain nature. A person is reckless with respect to circumstances when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such circumstances are likely to exist. Substantial risk means a strong possibility is contrasted with a remote or significant possibility that a certain result may occur. Recklessly includes conduct that is knowingly performed. The state of Ohio charges that the act of the defendant caused serious physical harm to John Cadis in count 5 and Allison Stinson and or Nora Stinson and or Margot Stinson in count 6. Causes an essential element of these offenses. Causes an act or failure to act that in a natural and continuous sequence directly produces serious physical harm to a person and without which it would not have occurred. There may be one or more causes of an event. However, if the defendant's act was one cause and the existence of other causes is not a defense. The defendant's responsibility is not limited to the immediate or most obvious result of the defendant's act. The defendant is also responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences or results that follow in the ordinary course of events from the defendant's act, even though physical harm to a person was also caused by the intervening act of another. It should say serious physical harm here. Let me change that. Oops. Serious physical harm was previously defined for you under the definitions for felonious assault set forth above in counts 2 and 4, which are on pages 5 and 6. And this definition should be used by you in considering the offenses of vehicular assault set forth in counts 5 and 6. Accident. As to counts 1 and 2, the defendant denies knowingly causing serious physical harm to John Cadis and or Nora Stinson. As to counts 3 and 4, the defendant denies knowingly causing or attempting to cause physical harm by means of a deadly weapon to John Cadis and or Nora Stinson. As to counts 5 and 6, the defendant also denies recklessly causing serious physical harm to John Cadis and Allison Stinson and or Nora Stinson and or Margot Stinson. He denies that he committed these unlawful acts and says the results were accidental. An accidental result is one that occurs unintentionally and without any design or purpose to bring it about. An accident is a mere physical happening or event out of the usual order of things and not reasonably anticipated as a natural or probable result of a lawful act. If, after considering all the evidence, including that on the subject of accident, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly caused serious physical harm to John Cadis and or Nora Stinson, knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm by means of a motor vehicle to John Cadis and or Nora Stinson, and or recklessly caused serious physical harm to John Cadis, Allison Stinson, Nora Stinson, and or Margot Stinson, you must return a verdict of not guilty. In counts 7 and 8, the defendant is charged with failure to stop after an accident. Before you can find the defendant guilty of either or both of these offenses, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about August 14, 2024 in Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Dale Setzer, drove a motor vehicle upon a public road or highway and was involved in an accident with persons and or property, and, having knowledge of such accident, failed to immediately stop his motor vehicle at the scene of the accident and failed to remain at the scene of the accident until he gave his name, address, and the registered number of the motor vehicle to all of the following: any person that's injured in the accident, the operator or occupant of any motor vehicle damaged in the accident, and any police officer at the scene of the accident. Now, the following words contained in the charges set forth above in counts 7 and 8 are defined and set forth below. Drive means the cause or have caused movement of a motor vehicle or being in control of a motor vehicle while it is in motion. Motor vehicle, again, means any vehicle, including mobile homes and recreational vehicles, that is propelled or drawn by power other than muscular power or power collected from overhead electric trolley wires. Public road or highway includes all public thoroughfares, bridges, and culverts. Accident means any situation when a driver operates his motor vehicle and causes injury to another person or damage to the property of another. An accident does not require contact between the defendant's motor vehicle and the property that was damaged and or the person that was injured. Knowledge. A person has knowledge of circumstances when he is aware that such circumstances probably exist. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that an accident occurred that resulted in injury or damage. Register number means the vehicle license plate. It may also include the vehicle identification number. The duty to stop and provide information, the duty to stop and provide information applies to any accident involving a motor vehicle, regardless of who caused the accident. It is not a defense that the defendant was not the person at fault in the accident. As you will note, it is alleged the offenses charged took place on or about August 14, 2024. It is not necessary that the state prove that the offenses were committed on the exact date as charged in the indictment. It is sufficient to prove that the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date claimed. I should say offenses here. It is also alleged the offenses charged took place in Lake County, Ohio. Before you can decide whether the state of Ohio has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offenses with which the defendant is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which the trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offenses were committed in Lake County, Ohio. Now, the charges set forth in each count in the indictment constitute a separate and distinct matter. You must consider each count and the evidence applicable to each count separately, and you must state your findings as to each count, uninfluenced by your verdict as to the other count. I should say other counts. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. If you find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of one or more of the offenses charged in separate counts in the indictment, then your verdict must be guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings. If you find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of one or more of the offenses charged in the separate counts in the indictment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings. If your verdict is guilty to failure to stop after an accident in count 7, you will separately decide beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant knew that the accident that is the basis of this violation resulted in serious physical harm to a person. If your verdict is guilty to failure to stop after an accident in count 8, you will separately decide beyond a reasonable doubt whether the accident that is the basis of this violation resulted in serious physical harm to a person. The issue is not whether the defendant caused serious physical harm to a person, but whether the accident resulted in serious physical harm to the person regardless of fault. If your verdict is not guilty to either of these counts, you will not decide the additional finding as to that count or counts. Now, the following words contained in the additional findings for counts 7 and 8 are defined and set forth below. Knowledge, a person has knowledge of circumstances when he is aware that such circumstances probably exist. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. As to the additional finding for count 7, you will determine from the facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that the accident resulted in serious physical harm to a person. Accident means any situation when a driver operates his motor vehicle and causes injury to another person or damage to the property of another. An accident does not require contact between the defendant's motor vehicle and the property that was damaged and or the person that was injured. Results means something that arises as a direct or indirect consequence. Results of an accident is not the same as caused. Serious physical harm, again, was previously defined for you under the definitions for felonious assault set forth above in counts 2 and 4 on pages 5 and 6, and this definition should be used by you if you are considering the additional findings for counts 7 and or 8. All right, that concludes the instructions at this point. I will give you some concluding instructions at the very end in regards to how to conduct your deliberations and address the verdict. But at this point, the parties are going to present you with their closing arguments. And I want to remind you that what the lawyers have to say during closing arguments is not evidence. Evidence was just defined for you. So you are not to consider as evidence any statements made by any lawyer doing closing arguments. But closing arguments are an opportunity for each side to summarize for you what they believe the evidence in the case has established. The state of Ohio, having the burden of proof, gets the opportunity to go first. The defendant then gets an opportunity to make a closing argument. And then the state, because they do have the burden of proof, gets the opportunity to make what we call a rebuttal argument. So Ms. Bell, for the state of Ohio.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish onto the screen, please?
What are you going to do it from? Your computer or that
This thing.
Okay, it's
So
all
how
set
would-
then.
Thank you. choices made by the defendant on the road in his Nissan pickup truck that day, and the law holds him accountable for those choices. The evidence has shown, beyond a reasonable doubt, that after being cut off by the motorcycle, the defendant did not simply slam on his brakes and let his anger pass. He chose to accelerate. He chose to swerve. He chose to turn 2 tons of steel and power into a weapon. He chose to strike that motorcycle with his truck. He chose to put everyone else on the road that day in danger. And then he chose to flee the scene. He chose to hide. That was no accident. That was knowing conduct. That was assault. You have all the evidence that you need to find the defendant guilty of each and every offense that he is charged with. But you were just read what felt like an hour of confusing legal arguments or legal definitions and convoluted rules. And sometimes in the thick of it, you're back in the jury room, it's easy to get lost in the weeds. And that's what I'm here to try and help you with. We're going to walk through each and every element of each offense, and I'm going to remind you of all the evidence that you've heard that proves each and every element. So it might get tedious, but I hope you will find it helpful. The defendant is charged with 8 counts. The first 4 are felonious assault, the next 2 are vehicular assault, the final 2 are failure to stop after an accident. There are multiples of the same charge here, and I'll walk you through the differences and intricacies of each, because as the judge has read for you, they are slightly different. But first, all those offenses have the same first 3 elements: the date of the offense, the location of the offense, and the perpetrator. Those are not in dispute. Those are uncontroverted. First, the date of the offense, August 14th, 2024. Each eyewitness to the crash and each officer that responded to the crash told you that it happened on August 14th, 2024. Next, the location, Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio. The Willoughby Police Department responded. That is not in dispute. It happened in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio. Finally, the perpetrator. Both officers that spoke with the defendant identified Dale Setzer as the perpetrator in this case. And it was his silver Nissan pickup truck that was involved in this crash. Moving on to count 1, felonious assault. The evidence has to prove that the defendant knowingly caused serious physical harm to John Cadis. So for this offense, the mental state is knowingly. And in Ohio law, there are 4 different criminal mental states: purposefully, knowingly, recklessly, and negligently. So we are dealing with knowingly here, which, as you see, is a step down from purposely. A person acts purposely when it's their specific intent to cause a certain result, compared to knowingly, which is when the defendant is aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result. At the time of the collision, there had to have existed in the defendant's mind an awareness of the probability that by striking the motorcyclist with his truck, you would cause the motorcyclist serious physical harm. And that is to be determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence, everything we've heard over the last 2 days. So what are those facts and circumstances? To start, we have all that eyewitness testimony you heard from Ralph Chapin, the person who was driving directly behind the defendant. You heard his 911 call. You heard him say on that 911 call, "I was right behind him. I watched him do it. He hit the motorcycle. He pushed him off. He was doing it purposely. I watched him do it." Those are the statements that Ralph made to the 911 operator as he was directly behind the defendant, directly after the crash. We also heard from Amy Swanson, the second car behind the defendant, and she told us she saw the truck pin John Cadis against the Subaru. Pinned him against the Subaru. We heard from John Cadis himself, who told us the defendant bumped him not once, but twice. The defendant made contact with him twice. Apparently, the first time didn't get his point across. We also heard testimony from multiple witnesses about how the defendant was driving up that ramp on August 14th. We heard how he was driving aggressively. We We heard how he didn't leave enough space. We heard from Matt Healy, the expert from Introtech. He explained how he made a 3D model of the scene. We were able to see that here in court. He was able to replicate the videos that we obtained from those businesses in Philly. He made those renderings, and we were able to see the defendant was all over his lane of travel. In the middle, left, to the right, and far left. Matt explained how the truck was accelerating, how at the very last point he was able to plot the speed of the vehicle, was going. Had the video been able to continue, the defendant would have taken over the motorcycle. And we know that to be true because that is when the defendant strikes the victim. We saw it from the perspective of the driver's seat. Matt was able to put us in the driver's seat of that pickup truck. We saw how close the defendant was to that bike. I promise this worked earlier. We saw what it was like moments before the collision. We also know what the defendant did immediately after hitting John Gatus with his truck. He fled. He ran away. He knew he hit John. He knew what his conduct was going to cause, and he ran away, leaving the chaos in his wake. He knew he was guilty. Those were all the facts and circumstances we have to determine that the defendant acted knowingly. However, I guess it's not all of them. We know that we can't look into the defendant's mind, right? We're not mind readers. However, we got pretty lucky in this case. Dale told us what he was thinking. He told Detective Sergeant Rassel, he told Officer DeSanto, what did he tell us? If you do anything, I'll hit you. I have no problem with that. You're the one who screwed up, not me. I didn't want to, but dude, it's gonna be your fault. I'll hit you, I don't care. Actions have consequences. These are the consequences you're going to face. I'll friggin' hit you, I don't care. I'm in the right. And just here today in court, he admitted that he was thinking, I'm in a car, you're in a motorcycle. He knew that the effects of whatever they were doing up that ramp would be devastating. And that is how we've established the defendant acted knowingly. So we move to the next element, which is cause. The defendant's actions had to have caused the harm suffered by John Gatus. The cause of harm is an act that in a natural and continuous sequence directly produced a serious physical harm to John Gatus, and without it, which could not occur. That's an easy one. John Gatus suffered injuries to his foot and the road rash as a result by being struck by the truck, either while he was struck by the truck, pinned against the Subaru, or when he fell to the road. It doesn't matter when that happened, but the defendant caused it. The defendant is responsible for all the natural and foreseeable consequences that result from the act of him hitting John from his truck. Which brings us to the next element, which is serious physical harm. So there are, as you can see, 5 ways that you can get to serious physical harm. The state is not alleging that John suffered from all 5 ways, only those final 2, D and E. So we didn't have to prove all 5, just one would have been enough. So subsection D, any physical harm that involves some permanent disfigurement or that involves some temporary serious disfigurement, and then next, any physical harm that involves acute pain of such duration as to result in substantial suffering or that involves any degree of prolonged or intractable pain. John Gatus broke several bones in his feet. You heard about the pain that he suffered on that day. You heard that to this day he still struggles with it. He characterized it as an arthritis-like pain. He also told us that he struggles still with nightmares and sleeping. And you'll have his medical records back in the jury room with you. You can review them and see exactly which bones were broken. that, we have serious physical harm. And we have that, all the elements for count 1, felonious assault. Moving on to count 2, which is also felonious assault, however this charge is slightly different. Here we have that the defendant knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to John Cadis by means of a deadly weapon, in this case it's a motor vehicle. Knowingly has the same definition that we addressed in count 1. I just went through all of that evidence, I'm not going to do it again. Cause is the same, however we added cause or attempt to cause for this one. So attempt is when a person knowingly engages in conduct that, if successful, would result in physical harm. We don't really have to worry about that because we have the actual harm. There wasn't an attempt, we have the cause. Which brings us to physical harm. So we just talked about what serious physical harm means. This is just physical harm, which is any injury regardless of gravity or duration. We have serious physical harm, which means we also have physical harm. Final element is the defendant used a deadly weapon. So the law defines a deadly weapon as any instrument, device, or thing capable of inflicting death and designed or specifically adapted for use as a weapon or possessed, period, or used as a weapon. So to break that down, two parts. Number 1, being that the weapon was capable of inflicting death. Obviously, a car is capable of inflicting death. Now that second part, it's very important to pay attention to language. As you can see, I've capitalized or. So you only need to hit one of those halves of the sentence. Designed or specifically adapted or used as a weapon, or possessed, carried, or used as a weapon. Obviously, cars were not designed to be weapons, right? They're designed to get us from place A to place B. However, cars can be used as weapons like it was on August 14th. A motor vehicle is a deadly weapon when it's used in a manner likely to produce death. Detective Sergeant Danzy testified that the defendant's truck weighed over 4,000 pounds. The defendant struck John Cadis, who was riding a motorcycle with that truck, 2 tons of steel and power. It does not take a leap of faith to know that that is deadly conduct. With that, we have the second count of felonious assault. Moving on to our third count of felonious assault, we'll have the same elements as that count number 1. However, the victim is Nora Stinson, the little girl that was driving, one of the little girls that was in the Subaru. It has the same elements as count 1. So knowingly is the same definition. So the person acts knowingly when he is aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result. And that's again determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. The person acts knowingly, regardless of his purpose, when he is aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result, or he is aware that his conduct will probably be of a certain nature. A person has knowledge of circumstances when he is aware that such circumstances probably exist. August 14th, 2024, a Wednesday, 4:30 in the afternoon. It was rush hour. People were heading home from work. The Stinsons were heading home from daycare. The defendant's purpose does not matter here. He did not need to have the intent to injure Nora, and I don't think that he did. I don't think any of you think that he did.
Objection.
Sustained as the last comment.
But he was aware that his conduct could have that result. He was aware that striking a motorcycle could result in a multi-car accident which produced injuries. And that's exactly what happened. It's common sense. The defendant did not set out to harm Nora, but he was aware that his conduct would probably cause that result. Again, a multi-car accident with injuries. Caused has the same definition that we've already talked about, but importantly, the defendant's is not only responsible, the defendant's responsibility is not limited to the immediate or most obvious result of his action. So in this case, the most obvious result is John's injuries, right? He was the one that directly got hit. However, we're not limited to that. The defendant is responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences and the results that follow from his actions. It is natural and foreseeable that by striking a motorcycle during rush hour traffic, a multi-car accident with injuries would follow. It's common sense. Serious physical harm, again, for Nora Stinson, which has the same meaning that we already talked about. However, we are alleging a little bit differently here. We're alleging in A and E. So A is any mental illness or condition of such gravity as would normally require hospitalization or prolonged psychiatric treatment. And then E, any physical harm that involves acute pain of such duration as to result in substantial suffering or that involves any degree of prolonged or intractable pain. Again, we don't need to prove all five. We don't need to prove these two. We just need to prove one. However, we do believe the evidence supports those two. Nora sustained head trauma. She suffered from headaches, and she was diagnosed with concussion. And again, you'll have her medical records back with you in the jury room. We heard how it took her weeks to heal from this concussion. We also heard about her emotional struggles, how she still to this day is in therapy and struggles with going on the highway, how her mom had to attend a class field trip with her because the bus was going on the highway. Nora suffered serious physical harm. And with that, we have count 3, assault, felonious assault. Count 4, we have our final felonious assault, which is nearly identical to count 2. However, we are replacing Nora as the victim of John. So we've already discussed all of these elements here. We've discussed what knowingly is. We've discussed cause or attempt to cause, and how the defendant is responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences and results that follow his actions. We've discussed how physical harm is less serious than serious physical harm, which we established in order to suffer. And we discussed how a motorcycle is a deadly weapon when it is used in a manner likely to cause death. And with that, we have count 4, felonious assault. Moving on to count 5, vehicular assault, the state had to prove that the defendant did recklessly while operating a motor vehicle caused serious physical harm to John Gaddis. Similar to other counts, but different flavor of them. So, we have moved on from our knowingly mental state down to recklessly. Recklessly meaning that the defendant disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk. Certainly, there's a substantial and unjustifiable risk when you drive into a motorcycle in rush hour traffic. We've already discussed all the other elements. The state has proven that the defendant recklessly, while operating a motor vehicle, caused serious physical harm to John Gaddis, broke his foot. And with that, we had count 5, vehicular assault against John Gaddis. Moving on to count 6, the second vehicular assault. However, in this case, or this count, all the victims are the Stinson girls, Allison, Nora, and Margot. And again, language is important here in the way that the state has charged it. Allison and or Nora and or Margot. So you don't need to find that serious physical harm happened to all the Stinson girls, just 1 or 2. We don't need all 3. So we discussed Nora's concussion and how it took her weeks to heal. We discussed how Nora cannot ride on the highway. We discussed how Nora is still in therapy a year later. That is serious physical harm. Allison Stinson, the mother of the girls, also suffered serious physical harm. She's still in therapy. She still struggles driving on the freeway. She told us she freezes up. She gets sweaty. She gets anxious. She's still suffering a year later. That is serious physical harm. That, count 6, vehicular assault. Moving on to the assaults, we have our final 2 counts here. Count 7 being failure to stop after an accident. Now, accident has a special legal definition here, which is any situation when a driver operates his motor vehicle and causes injury to another person or damage to the property of another. So it doesn't mean that the conduct was accidental. Accident here just means the collision, the car crash. So in order to find the defendant guilty of count 7, we had to prove that on the same date, in the same place, on August 14th, 2024, in Willoughby Lake County, Ohio, that the defendant, while operating a motor vehicle upon a public road and highway, was involved in a collision with persons or property. He had knowledge of that accident, fails to immediately stop his motor vehicle at the scene of the collision. He failed to remain at the scene. He failed to give a name, address, or registration number to any of those people that he was required to. So we don't even get to that column. We stay on the first column, where he failed to remain at the scene. So how could he even give his registration or number to anyone that was at the scene because he left? Which brings us to the final element, which he knew the collision resulted in serious physical harm to a person. Well, I guess to start, we know that he left the scene. That is not disputed here. Ralph followed him. He got those 3 pictures, and the defendant was captured on black camera leaving the scene. But how did we know, or how did the defendant know, that the collision resulted in serious physical harm to the person? He was in the driver's seat. He knew it was happening right in front of him. He saw John Gaddis be ejected from his bike. You can see his arm flying in that first picture behind me. He saw the Subaru begin to roll. You see that in the second photograph. He saw the riderless bike continue down the highway. He saw it, he heard it, he felt it, and he fled. He ran away. And that is count 7, failure to stop after an accident. Count 8 is also failure to stop after an accident. The only difference being that the collision resulted in serious physical harm to a person, not that he had any knowledge of that serious physical harm, just that that physical harm happened. Obviously, physical harm happened. John broke his foot, Nora got his concussion, and the Stinson girls still suffer the mental effects to that day. That's count 8. The defendant wants to believe that this was an accident. And again, I've said accident a lot today, and this has even a different meaning than the one that we talked about previously. Here, an accident, this means an accidental assault is one or more, is one that occurs unintentionally and without any design or purpose to bring it about. An accident is a mere physical happening or event out of the unusual order of things and not reasonably anticipated as a natural and probable result of a lawful act. We know that John Gaddis did this knowingly. That's what I talked about at the beginning of this presentation. We've discussed it. That is what all the evidence leads you to believe. And even if we do take the defendant at his word that he hit the defendant while trying to get around him, that's what he told us today, that is not lawful conduct, which this definition would require. That is a traffic crime called lanes of travel. This was not an accident. This was knowing conduct. We just went systematically, element by element, through every single finding you need to reach a guilty verdict on all 8 counts. The defendant is guilty of felonious assault against John Gaddis, or John Gaddis, the victim. The defendant is guilty of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, with John Gaddis as the victim. The defendant is guilty of felonious assault with Nora Stinson as the victim. The defendant is guilty of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, with Nora Stinson as the victim. The defendant is guilty of vehicular assault against John Gaddis. The defendant is guilty of vehicular assault against Stinson. The defendant is guilty of failure to stop after an accident, both those ways that we discussed. He knew what he was doing. He knew that when the motorcycle cut him off, he could have hit the brakes, could have backed off, and moved on with his day. He knew he could have slowed down. He knew he could let it go, but he didn't. He knew when he hit the gas, when he aimed that truck, when he struck the motorcycle, he knew someone would get hurt. The law doesn't excuse this because he was angry. It doesn't excuse this because John was driving badly. Road rage doesn't erase responsibility. To quote the defendant, actions have consequences, and these are the consequences he must face. Convict him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Mr. Martinez for the defense.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I want to thank you for your time and attention here. I want to thank Judge Culotta for his presiding over this case. I want to thank Ms. Tuttle and Ms. Bell for their presentation here. I think we've moved this trial along at a good pace, and now the case is going to become your case. It's going to be in your hands to make a decision here. Ladies and gentlemen, despite what the prosecution is saying, this was an accident. The evidence shows that Mr. Cadis was operating his motorcycle recklessly. The evidence does not tell us exactly what happened at the top of that ramp. Now, the state has showed some pictures here as far as Mr. Cadis on his motorcycle and where he was apparently being ejected from that motorcycle. We don't know the spatial relationship between Mr. Setzer's vehicle and Mr. Cadis' motorcycle at that point in time. We're just looking at a photograph, and crucially, Mr. Healy can't plot where they were on the roadway at that point in time, so we don't know what Mr. Setzer saw. We also don't know the speed of the motorcyclist and Mr. Setzer at that point in time, so there's a lot we don't know. But I believe what we do know, and what was set forth in this trial, is that Mr. Setzer did not intentionally or knowingly try to cause this accident. He didn't act with a reckless mental intent in causing this accident. For those reasons, he should be found not guilty. Now, let's talk about what the state of Ohio did and didn't do. We have Detective Sergeant Rasko here. He was one of the first on the scene. He was conducting this investigation. What did he do? He did a good job in coordinating the traffic, making sure that the roadway was blocked. But what didn't he do? He didn't call in any reconstructionists to take a look at this. Now, he knows reconstructionists. He testified to that. We know Detective Sergeant Dancy, when the Mentor PD is available, they're all part of a team. He made the decision not to call someone in to look at this accident, to take measurements, and to try to determine from a scientific point of view exactly what happened. They also did some vehicle inspections after the scene. We didn't hear a lot about those vehicle inspections, and they really didn't yield a lot. We couldn't obtain anything from the event data recorder from Mr. Setzer's vehicle. There's some inspections of the motorcycle. Apparently the motorcycle's, one of the tires had more tread on it. Was not fully inflated, but we didn't really hear about those vehicle inspections, which, by the way, took place about a month later. So what did they do? What didn't they do? That needs to be considered. Now, let's talk about who testified here. And one of the witnesses that testified was Mr. Healy from Intertech. And I have to concede, it's impressive what they can do with this technology now in plotting the position of the vehicles on the roadway from the photographs. It doesn't surprise me that technology is evolving in this field. But, and we spent a lot of money, the state spent a lot of money on Mr. Healy to tell us where Mr. Setzer's vehicle was as it related to Mr. Cadis' motorcycle as they drove up that ramp. But what was he not able to tell us? He was not able to plot and track from either the Bruce Brothers camera or the Excalibur cameras what happened during the crash. He wasn't able to tell us that. Now, what he did tell us was that Mr. Setzer was accelerating or gaining on Mr. Cadis' motorcycle at various points. Now, what did the state of Ohio do? They told us he was gaining on him. He went from 12 feet to 3 feet. He went from 3 feet. What happened after he was 3 feet away? He moved back to 6 feet away at one point in time. If you remember the testimony, and you remember Mr. Healy's testimony, he concedes that in order for the vehicles to be moving further away, one of two things had to happen. Either Mr. Cadis was accelerating, or Mr. Setzer was decelerating his vehicle. The state conveniently brushes that fact off. They just want you to think Mr. Setzer was just accelerating, and that's the end of the story. That's not what he told us. Again, he's not. And what else did he conclude? He concluded that at one point, Mr. Setzer's vehicle was to the left of the motorcycle, and then thereafter he moved to the right of the motorcycle. He plotted his position on the roadway. His position was over the fog line on the right side of the ramp. Now, let's talk about Mr. Cadis. What did he testify to, and what insight did we gain from Mr. Cadis? Well, he conceded that his driving was irresponsible. He told us that. And then we have witnesses who told us that his driving was reckless. He also told us yesterday that he was smoking marijuana prior to operating his Harley-Davidson vehicle. He told us that. Apparently that was the first time that Detective Sergeant Rastel had heard that information, was here in court, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But is it possible that the marijuana that he ingested impaired his driving? Absolutely. Now, we had various eyewitnesses who came in and testified to give you their version of what they perceived last year. So let's go through those eyewitnesses, and I'm just going to take the four who are the most pertinent, in my opinion. So we had Jessica Novell, who came in today. What did Jessica tell us from her perception as an eyewitness? And she's obviously has a nice job. She works downtown. She's driving home. She's very familiar with this roadway. It's a sunny day. And what does she see? She sees John Cadis. She's traveling in the middle lane. She perceives that John Cadis was in the right lane of eastbound State Route 2, and she perceived that a sedan moved over, caused Mr. Cadis to move over to her lane. He lost control of his motorcycle. He crashed into Ms. Stinson's vehicle, caused her to careen out of control, and of course he was ejected from his motorcycle. That's what she perceived as an eyewitness. Now, Mr. Chafin observed something different. He observed, number one, he saw Mr. Cadis' motorcycle, that I guess he described, shot around the stopped vehicle at the bottom of the ramp. Obviously, he ran a red light there. He observed him driving. He conceded he was driving recklessly. He observed that they were swerving back and forth. He was confused on the 911 call. If you recall that he believed they were traveling westbound on State Route 2. He did correct himself that they were traveling eastbound. But this goes to show that anyone who's perceiving this dramatic event is going to be under a lot of stress. And we'll talk a little bit about that, the stress and shock of perceiving this event. Now, Ms. Swanson, she testified she saw Mr. Cadis cut in front of Mr. Setzer's vehicle. And what did she say? She said, in her mind, she was thinking, this is going to end bad, right? And her observation, if you recall, was that the motorcycle and Mr. Setzer's vehicle were traveling side by side up the ramp. That was her perception of what she saw prior to this accident. Again, we have different perceptions from different eyewitnesses here. And I think Detective Sergeant Rastel, when asked by the prosecution, were these all consistent? He said, oh yeah, they were all consistent. Well, we know that's not the case. We heard here in court that their perceptions were all different. Their recollections were all different. And then we had Ms. Gurley, who came in and testified. And what did she say? She said, in her opinion, this was the fault of both the motorcyclist and the S10, which would be Mr. Setzer's vehicle, which is not an S10, it's a similar small pickup truck. And she also agreed that Mr. Cadis, in her opinion, was operating the motorcycle recklessly. So again, another different perception, different recollection. And why is this important? From Detective Sergeant Yancey, Officer Hatch, probably could have asked, I think I did ask Mr. Beatley as well, they all can see eyewitness testimony when they're perceiving these dramatic events, such as a car accident, can be affected anxiety, stress, the environment. Our minds are not perfect recorders of what happened. And I think we see that because there's different versions of what happened. And this is why accident reconstruction is a vital science. This is why it should have been completed in this case. Now, proof beyond reasonable doubt. The state really hasn't touched on that. The court read you the instruction on proof beyond reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond reasonable doubt? It's proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it as if it involved the most important of the person's own affairs. It's a difficult term to define. Okay, that's what we're defining it as, but what you have to think about is what are the most important of your own affairs, your family, that you need to be firmly convinced. Now, the state's going to come up here and talk about, you don't have to eliminate any doubt, but you need to be firmly convinced. This is the highest burden. This is not something that is, well, we think it may have happened this way, the verdict needs to be guilty. No, it has to be the most important thing of your own affairs. You have to be able to rely upon this as if this were your family. That's the most important of your own affairs. Now, the state put up the elements on board here for you, the elements of the crimes. I'm not going to go through those with you. You're going to have the jury instructions. Ms. Bell's kindly already gone through the elements of the offenses. However, there's a couple of things that we need to consider. Number one, felonious assault, those charges that Mr. Setzer knowingly caused serious physical harm to Mr. Cadis and to Ms. Vincent. Secondly, whether he recklessly. And recklessly, we need to think of it just in terms of the definition that Culotta is giving. Recklessly does not mean reckless operation. They don't equate. Okay, reckless is your mental intent. And Ms. Bell talked a little bit about that. What is your mental intent? Judge Culotta is giving you that instruction. You need to consider that as far as what was going through your mind at that point in time. Now, there's an additional, for the failure to stop after the accident. Clearly, Mr. Setzer did not remain at the scene. There's really two issues that you need to decide there. One, did he know he was in an accident? That's number one. And secondly, did he know that there was serious physical harm? At the time he was leaving that accident, did he know for certain that there was serious physical harm that was caused by this accident? Okay? So there are two separate issues that need to be addressed as far as leaving the scene. Did he know he was in an accident? That's for you to decide. Did he know at that point in time that there was serious physical harm? That's an elevated offense. That is also for you to decide. The state kindly talked a little bit about accident. That's in your instructions. What is an accident? An accidental result is one that occurs unintentionally and without any design or purpose to bring it about. That's in your instructions. You need to carefully consider that. And if you consider that and you don't believe that Mr. Setzer knowingly or recklessly caused these harms, then your verdict must be not guilty. And Judge Culotta will instruct you on that. So let's talk a little bit about what is knowing conduct. Right? Knowing conduct in a motor vehicle. And we talked a little bit about this with Detective Sergeant Raskell and his testimony. Knowing conduct. I think we talked about it a little bit in the voir dire. Okay, if I'm operating a vehicle and I'm knowingly causing physical harm to someone, what's an example of that? I think we brought it up in the voir dire. I'm going to drive my vehicle on New Year's Eve down Bourbon Street with pedestrians on it. I know there's pedestrians there. I'm going to drive my vehicle on the street with pedestrians. I know that there's going to be pedestrians there. I know that my conduct is going to cause a certain result because there's a crowded street. That's a knowing conduct.
Objection? Maybe approach?
Sure. Continue on, please. The objection's overruled. Continue on, Mr. Martinez.
Let's talk about reckless conduct as it relates to motor vehicles. Reckless conduct. Okay. If I'm driving, or if someone's driving a vehicle at 60 miles an hour and they're approaching the school zone, they know that school lights are flashing, kids are about to be let out of school, but I'm choosing to drive 60 miles an hour through the school zone. I am consciously disregarding a risk that there's going to be kids walking out of it. That's reckless conduct. Now, let's go through again with Detective Sergeant Brassel and what he knew and what he didn't do in this case. Now, he never considered Mr. Cadis's potential impairment with the marijuana. Now, he also knew about the marijuana, and he told us he knew about the marijuana use after what? After he obtained the medical records from Lake West Hospital. So what did he do? He didn't do anything. He didn't re-interview Mr. Cadis and say, hey, you got marijuana in your system, let's talk about that. No, this was just one-way street. It's Mr. Setzer's fault, and we have our blinders on, and we're not going to consider any other possibilities. That's not how you conduct an investigation. He also knew from reviewing the videos, he knew that Mr. Cadis was operating his vehicle recklessly. So when you see him operating it recklessly, you know he's used marijuana. You know marijuana's in the system. It would be prudent to talk to him and ask him these questions and consider this. It wasn't done in this case. Detective Sergeant Brassel also testified that he believed that Mr. Setzer was driving or operating his vehicle too closely. We talked about that. We talked about what is following too closely. It's not being reasonable and prudent in how far your vehicle is away from the vehicle in front of you or next to you. That's following too closely. He testified. He said that's a minor offense. I would issue a citation for that. Then the prosecutor asked him about different offenses that Mr. Setzer committed. What did he say? What did they talk about? They talked about ACDA. When you clear that up, and I think we did clear that up, clear distance ahead. That's what you're cited for when there's an accident. They talked about marked lanes of travel. Like driving outside your lane of travel. That's a minor traffic violation that you're cited for. That's what Detective Sergeant Brassel told us were some of the violations that were committed here. He didn't tell us that he had determined that there was an intentional act here. Now, Mr. Setzer, let's talk about Mr. Setzer. What did he do? left the scene of the accident, drove home, got his dog, went to Penitentiary Glen, walked the dog. No, first, I'm sorry. He perceived that there was damage on his vehicle. He didn't call the police. He told you why he didn't call the police. That's for you to consider. He said he didn't call the police because he didn't think anything was going to be done about it. At that point in time, he didn't realize the gravity of the accident, the severity of the accident. Went and walked his dog at Penitentiary Glen, came back home. His elderly parents told him, hey, the Willoughby police were here, detectives here, they left their car, you need to call them. All right, so what does he do? Call them. It's not a dispute that he called them. And he told you that he was actually just going to drive over there to talk to them that night. But what happened? The Mentor police arrived, the Mentor police talked to them, they said, wait here, Willoughby's just going to come over here and talk to you, and that's what we saw. Officer DeSanto came over, they talked to Mr. Setzer, and what did he do? He fabricated a story that he was at Penitentiary Glen, and there was an accident there, and that's how this happened. Yeah, he fabricated that story, clearly. He told you he panicked. At that point in time, he had become aware of the severity of the accident, and he made a mistake. He should have never done that. But what did he do after that? He went to the Willoughby. He was invited to go to the Willoughby police to contact them. He drove over there. He was invited to come in to talk by Detective Sergeant Raskell, and he went in there. And he talked to him. He watched his interview. He was in there for maybe a half hour. He came clean. I was there. This is what happened. This is what happened from my perspective. Yes, he denied that he put a lot of the blame on Mr. Cadis, and that he did not deny that he was there. He told him he was there. He said he should have backed off. If he did anything wrong, he should have backed off. Should have called the police and been in contact with them. Those are what he perceived that he did improperly. He went in there voluntarily. Detective Sergeant Raskell said the door is open, you can leave any time, but he told his version of what happened. Then he got up here on the stand and he told you his version of what happened. He told you, I did not intentionally try to drive my vehicle into Mr. Cadis. I was trying to get around him. He perceived that Mr. Cadis was brake checking him. We know there was some deceleration potentially. He perceived that Mr. Cadis was driving recklessly, as the other witnesses. He's trying to get around him, trying to get home, and he concedes that his vehicle came in contact with Mr. Cadis' motorcycle. Ladies and gentlemen, the Founding Fathers, and we didn't talk about this much, but they created this system. They believed that juries in criminal trials had a role to play. They were the community, they were the conscience of the community, and it's your right and your duty to decide this case. It's brilliant that they came up with this system of laws. And I don't think they get the credit for that. And now you get to live it, you get to experience. This is in your hands. I'm confident you're going to do the just and right thing and find Mr. Setzer not guilty of these crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Settle for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the jury, this wasn't an accident. This was an assault. I'd like to start by clarifying some things that Mr. Martinez said. You see, he has asked you to hold the state to a burden that is higher than what we must meet. He talked to you about conduct that was purposeful. We don't need to prove that the defendant did anything on purpose. We don't need to prove that it was his express intent to do something. Knowingly has a very specific legal definition that the judge instructed you on. It doesn't mean that the defendant needs to know anything for certain. That is not the burden the state of Ohio has to meet here. We do not have to prove that he knew in his mind for certain that something occurred. It's not true. What we need to prove to you is that the defendant knew
that his conduct was likely to cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. That legal definition is very different than the colloquial understanding of what we think of when we talk about no. So I'd like you to keep that in mind as you're deliberating, because that's really important here. That's a really big difference as far as what the state had to prove. Now, there's no doubt that the defendant knew his conduct at the top of that ramp likely caused a certain result. And that certain result was a crash into John Cadis' motorcycle. And the result of that, the defendant is responsible for everything that followed logically and sequentially and flowed from the point where he hit John. So he's responsible for colliding into John. He's responsible for John's injuries when he falls to the ground. He's responsible for the Stinson family car rolling over. He's responsible for Nora Stinson's concussion. He's responsible for the therapy she's in. He's responsible for the therapy that Allison's in. He caused that harm to everyone on the roadway that day. The defendant wants you to think that because motorcycles might drive what John described as a little dangerous, owning the road, that he is allowed to engage in an act of vigilante justice, that he's allowed to take matters into his own hands, that because he didn't like the way that John cut him off at the bottom of that ramp, he was allowed to turn his car into a weapon. We heard the defendant say on more than one occasion today in the courtroom in front of all of you, dude, it's not gonna end well for you. I'm in a car, you're on a motorcycle. That implies the defendant knows the dangers of a car hitting a motorcycle. He knows that he weaponized that vehicle, that he turned it into a deadly weapon on August 14th last year in Willoughby Lake County, Ohio. And he used that deadly weapon against John Cadis and against the Stinson family. Now, members of the jury, Mr. Martinez has focused a lot on the fact that we don't know exactly what happened at the top of the ramp. The state hasn't presented any evidence of what happened at the top of the ramp. But we've presented eyewitness testimony of exactly what happened at the top of that ramp. Now, Mr. Martinez is correct. Each of these eyewitnesses did differ a little bit in their perception of the events. They differ in the wording that they used to describe the event. But each and every individual that came before you was consistent about what happened at the top of that ramp. Ralph Chafin, Amy Swanson, Leah Gurley, all testified, even Jessica Novell, that some act happened. The truck moved toward the motorcycle. No one testified that the motorcycle swerved toward the truck. No one testified that the motorcycle got in the truck's way. Every single witness testified that that truck either swerved at, pinched, pushed, bumped, or hit the motorcycle into oncoming traffic. That was the defendant. That was Dale Setzer taking a specific act observed by multiple individuals on the roadway that day. They watched him turn the wheel and hit John Cadis on the motorcycle. Now, members of the jury, I don't want you to be misled by a couple of things. Mr. Martinez has brought up marijuana repeatedly. You're going to see John's medical records. You're going to see that that test for marijuana, it explicitly says in those medical records, is not to be used for evidence of impairment. It's for medical testing. You heard John admit that he used marijuana, but you also heard Detective Sergeant Rassel testify that he didn't appear impaired. No one observed any indications of impairment from John Cadis that day. No one observed an odor of marijuana. There was nothing about his eyes, nothing about his face, nothing about his demeanor that indicated he was under the influence of marijuana. And we had police officers on scene who were qualified to deal with that. Now, for the jury, there was a marijuana smoking pipe found in the defendant's own truck.
Objection.
Overruled.
That was found found in the defendant's truck. That's it. But the state hasn't alleged that anyone was impaired here. What the state is alleging is that the defendant couldn't control his own anger. You heard that he was angry at the bottom of that ramp, and he got angrier and angrier and angrier as he went up. Now, he told you he wasn't angry, but his thoughts were progressing. He was thinking, dude, I'm in a truck, you're on a motorcycle. Not gonna end well for you. I'll hit you. I won't care. He told us exactly what he was thinking. Now, I'd also like to touch on the accident reconstruction here. Mr. Martinez is really concerned with the fact that we didn't have an on-scene accident reconstruction done. But members of the jury, you heard from Detective Sergeant Danzy and Detective Sergeant Rassel both that you can't reconstruct something that's not there. We didn't have any evidence of skid marks on that on-ramp. We didn't have any pieces of physical evidence of the Nissan, any pieces of the motorcycle. There was nothing in that area. Nothing in the area of impact that could have possibly been reconstructed there on the scene. If they went out and they did a diagram, it would be a diagram of nothing.
Objection.
Overruled.
The defendant drove his car away from the scene. He never braked, so there were no skid marks. He never stopped, so his vehicle wasn't there. We couldn't recreate where John was laying in the street because we heard that there was oncoming traffic moving at 60 miles an hour. We heard Jessica Novell say that she had to slam on her brakes not to run him over. He had to run. He would have been left for dead otherwise. The reconstruction that we do have done is done with the only evidence available to us. Maybe if the defendant would have stayed around, there would have been more to work with. But he knew what he had done was wrong, and he ran and he hid. Now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the testimony of expert witness Matt Healy from Intro Tech. That evidence going up the ramp, that separation, that's really important. We know and we see on the video that at the bottom of the ramp, it's tight. It's close as John makes that turn. But members of the jury, you saw that just a little bit up the ramp, there was 12 feet of distance between the defendant's pickup truck and John's motorcycle. But the next measurable point that we have, we're down to 2 feet. So the defendant was closing that gap at the bottom of the ramp while he's angry, while he's thinking about the fact that he was cut off. He's catching up to that motorcycle. We go from 2 feet to 4 feet to 6 feet. We get a little bit more distance. But in that 2 feet to 4 feet to 6 feet, we see the defendant driving erratically. When they're at 2 feet distance, the defendant's in the far left lane line. The motorcycle's on his right, in the center of the lane. When we're at 4 feet distance, the defendant's about behind the motorcycle. When we're at 6 feet difference, the defendant has made it all the way to the other side of the lane line. He created that big arc that we saw from Matt Healy's presentation. And then what's particularly important about this is our last measurable point. There's a created distance of 9 feet apart from each other. Someone has made separation, whether that was the defendant braking or the motorcycle accelerating. But between that last point on the Maroose camera and the last point we have, seconds before the crash on the Excalibur video, we know, scientifically, mathematically, the defendant is traveling at a rate of speed nearly 10 miles per hour faster than John on his motorcycle. We know that these are the moments in which the defendant is thinking, this isn't going to end well for you. I'm in a truck, you're on a motorcycle. We know at that last known point, there is 1.8 feet of distance between them. You saw that illustration where the truck is here, the motorcycle right here, at the driver's side of the car, right next to where the defendant himself is sitting. Mr. Martinez asked on cross-examination, he said, Mr. Healy, if the cars were really going at that speed, wouldn't the truck have overtaken the motorcycle in seconds? Mr. Healy said yes. And members of the jury, it did, but they were in the exact same lane of travel. The defendant's only way around was through. His only way around John Cadis was to intentionally hit him. He knew that his conduct was likely of a certain nature and was going to cause a certain result. As a result of that, John broke multiple bones in his ankle and in his foot. He had road rash covering his body. He told you that it took him months to heal from that fracture, and he's still dealing with the arthritis-type pains. We heard about that Subaru rolling and rolling and rolling down Route 2. We heard about the girls dangling upside down in their car seats, waiting for people to pull them out of that vehicle, to carry them across the street to a place where they were safe. We heard that Nora had a concussion, that she was starting kindergarten the next week, that it was really difficult for her to heal because she's just a kid. We heard that she has been in therapy since, that she can't get on the highway, that she struggles riding the bus, that everyday tasks are difficult for her, that her mom shakes, her mom has anxiety, her mom is nervous to drive on the highway and is in therapy herself. The defendant's conduct has caused far-reaching and long-lasting consequences. And he knew. He knew that in hitting a motorcycle into 60-mile-an-hour rush hour traffic, that there was going to be a crash. It is likely that his actions would cause the Subaru to roll over, or any other vehicle on that roadway at the time to crash. That it would cause Roseanne Carosi's Ford to get hit in the process. That is natural and foreseeable based on his conduct. And then the defendant ran. He drove away from the scene of that accident. We only got his plate because Ralph Chafin followed him. Ralph Chafin saw. He called 911. He said, "I watched it happen. He hit him on purpose." He calls right after he witnesses this. Ralph chases him as fast as his Volkswagen Jetta can go, he testified to, in that left lane. Ralph gets the information he needs, and then he got off at the very next exit for Lost Nation to go right back to the Willoughby Police Department. Ralph helped that day. The defendant was only looking out for himself. He didn't feel bad. He didn't feel sorry. He thought that John Cadis deserved this, that these were the consequences of John's actions, that John might have started it, but the defendant finished it that day. He got the last word. I'd like to talk a little bit about the defendant's knowledge. He's told us repeatedly, "I didn't know there was an accident. I didn't know I hit anyone. I didn't know there was contact until I got home." But he told us today, when he looked at his car, the first thing he did was curse out the motorcyclist there in his driveway. He knew exactly where that came from. And he knew that it happened farther back because you saw State's Exhibit 14. You saw the video, you saw the screenshots, you saw the zoomed-in screenshots. You saw the view that the defendant had in that pickup truck. You saw an arm flying in the air from that motorcycle. 1 second later, you saw that Subaru tilted on its wheels, and you saw a riderless motorcycle. The defendant, with those pictures in front of him here today, said he didn't see anything. Said he didn't see anything in the picture. Pulled his glasses up. Pretended not to see it when it was right in front of him. He saw it when it was in front of him today, and he saw it when it was in front of him on August 14th. He saw John fall to the roadway. And members of the jury, that's why he fled. He fled because the consequences of his actions were going to be tough. You heard him say that he didn't call the police because he thought it would raise his insurance premiums. Because he's been through this before. He's had damage to his car, and, if you report it, your insurance rates are going to go up. Members of the jury, he was concerned about the financial cost to him. Not about the safety and the well-being of other people on the road that day. Certainly not about doing the right thing. Certainly not about being honest. The defendant testified today that he saw the motorcycle go off to the left. He looked straight forward, driving away. He told us he looked in his rear view mirror, or his side view mirror, looked back at what was going on. And he says he didn't see a thing. He didn't feel that 600-pound motorcycle hitting his car with enough force to push it into oncoming traffic. He didn't hear the sound of that motorcycle denting his car. He didn't hear the sound of a Subaru rolling down the highway. He didn't see an unoccupied motorcycle rolling down Route 2. He didn't see, hear, or feel this because he didn't want to. Because he didn't want to acknowledge what he's done. Members of the jury, we've met our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt on each and every element of each crime charged. The defendant knew that people at that scene were hurt. Knew that that motorcyclist laying in the middle of Route 2, the likely result of that was serious physical harm. That Subaru rolling over, the likely result of that was serious physical harm. He didn't need to know for certain that someone was seriously harmed. He needed to know that that was the likely result of his conduct, which he did. We ask you to find the defendant guilty on all 8 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tuttle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pick up where I left off with the instructions and conclude those at this time. Maybe. And I'm just reading them to you. The court has given you the instructions on the law applicable in this case. I will now instruct you on how to conduct your deliberations and how to prepare your verdict. When you go to the jury room, your first function will be to select one of the jurors to serve as foreperson. The person you select to preside over your deliberations does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any more importance than others. That person serves the purpose of helping to conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner and to give each of you the opportunity to express your opinion. One additional duty of the foreperson is to see to it that the verdict form is returned to the courtroom after you have reached a verdict. Once a foreperson is selected, you will commence your deliberations. Your initial conduct upon commencing deliberations, I don't know why it's doing that now, is a matter of importance. It is not wise to immediately express a decision or to insist upon a certain verdict. Having so expressed yourself, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position even if you will later decide you are not correct. You should consult with one another in the jury room and deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself. You should do so, however, only after a discussion of the case with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong or if the discussion persuades you that you should. However, you should not surrender honest convictions to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. Since this is a criminal case, it is necessary that you have a unanimous verdict. That means all 12 of you must agree as to each count in order to bring a verdict back to this courtroom. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and on the law as I have given it to you in these instructions. Nothing that I have said or done is intended to suggest what your verdict should be. That is entirely for you to decide. If you have a question during your deliberations, it should be discussed in the privacy of your jury room. It should be reduced to writing, noting the date and time of the question so that there will be no misunderstanding as to what you request, and it should be signed by the foreperson. It should then be delivered to the bailiff who will submit it to the court. Your questions should not reflect the status of your deliberations. Please be patient in waiting for a response because the judge must consult with the lawyers for the parties before sending you his response. The court will then attempt to answer the question as best as possible. Please keep in mind, though, the court may not be able to answer all questions. I'd like to put this up there, so let me try something here. There it goes, I got it. I don't know what happened. All right, you will have with you in the jury room the following form of verdict. When you have reached the verdict, you will complete the form in a way which corresponds to your decisions, and you will sign the verdict in ink. So we're going to go through the verdict form at this time. It's multiple pages. This is the first page with the caption of the case, and then count 1 reads felonious assault. And then below that it reads, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer. And then you see an asterisk symbol followed by a blank line, and then the words of felonious assault. Below that are the directions for the asterisk symbol, which reads, insert in ink either the word guilty or the 2 words not guilty. So whatever decision that the 12 of you reach in regards to count 1, you'll put that in the blank line, either guilty or not guilty. So it'll read, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer, either guilty or not guilty of felonious assault. You then see there's a line here for today, the date. Whatever date it is that you reach that verdict, you'll place that on that blank line. You then see 12 lines preceded by the numbers 1 through 10. Those are the signature lines for each respective juror to place their signature. So Ms. Polakowski, your juror number 1. We go along the back row to Ms. Bernard, your juror number 6. Start back up in the front with Ms. McCarthy, your juror number 7. And go to the end of the front row to Ms. Warren, who's juror number 12. So make a mental note of what number you are, because you'll be signing these verdicts multiple times, and they'll be the same line that you'll place your signature on for each verdict. Count 2 is the same as count 1. It deals with a different victim, though, but it says, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer, again, either the word guilty or the 2 words not guilty of felonious assault, place for the date, and you'll place your signature on the appropriate line. Count 3 is felonious assault. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer, insert in ink either the word guilty or the 2 words not guilty of felonious assault in accordance with the decision that all 12 of you reach for this particular count. Put the date that you reached that decision and place your signature on the appropriate line. The last count of felonious assault is count 4. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer, again, either guilty or not guilty of felonious assault, whatever decision all 12 of you reach in regards to this particular count. Place the date you reach that decision and place your signature on the appropriate line. Count 5 is vehicular assault and reads, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer. That you're instructed to insert the word guilty or the 2 words not guilty of vehicular assault in accordance with the decision all 12 of you reach on this count. Place the date that you reach that decision and place your signature in the appropriate line. And the same goes for count 6. Same exact instructions will apply for that count. Now, count 7 is failure to stop after an accident. And this reads, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer, again, either guilty or not guilty of failure to stop after an accident. You insert whichever decision it is that all 12 of you reach. You'll place the date that you reach that decision and sign that document. Now, there's directions after count 7 in regards to this particular count, and it reads, if your verdict is guilty of failure to stop after an accident in count 7, you will separately determine whether the defendant, Dale Setzer, knew that the accident or collision that is the basis of this violation resulted in serious physical harm to a person. If your verdict is not guilty to count 7, you will not make this separate determination, and you shall proceed to count 8. So here's the form for the additional finding if you are instructed to or directed to address it. Again, you only make this finding if your verdict is guilty of count 7. And it reads, we, the jury, find the defendant Dale Setzer, and you see 2 asterisk symbols. Below that are the directions for the 2 symbols, which read, insert in ink either the word knew or the words did not know on the blank line. So it'll read, we, the jury, find the defendant Dale Setzer knew or did not know that the accident or collision that is the basis of this violation resulted in serious physical harm to a person. You'll insert the date that you make that additional finding and place your signature in the appropriate line. Lastly, count 8 reads, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Dale Setzer either guilty or not guilty in accordance with whatever decision all 12 of you reach of failure to stop after an accident. Same directions, you put the date, you sign it, and these directions read, if your verdict is guilty of failure to stop after an accident in count 8, you will separately determine whether the defendant, Dale Setzer, knew that the accident or collision that is the basis of this violation, well, that maybe was wrong. Let me see something. This may be, Mr. Approach for a second, please. Were you able to hear me, Mary? All right, the findings are different for count 7 or 8, and I accidentally made the same one for 8 as in 7, but 8 is different. So the finding you're going to be requested to address, if you find the defendant guilty, you'll separately determine whether the accident or collision that's the basis of this violation resulted in serious physical harm to a person. If your verdict is not guilty to count 8, you will not make this separate determination, and your deliberations are complete. Now, the additional finding to count 8, again, you only make it if it's guilty to count 8. We, the jury, find that the accident or collision that is the basis of this violation, you see the asterisk symbol with the instructions to insert the word did or the 2 words did not result in serious physical harm to a person. Again, all 12 of you have to agree on that finding if you're addressing this finding. You'll insert the date, and you'll place your signature on the appropriate line. All right, let's conclude the instructions. The court cannot embody all the law in any single part of these instructions. In considering one portion, you must consider it in the light of and in harmony with all the instructions. The court will place in your possession the verdict form as well as all the exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. You will also be provided with multiple copies of these instructions. You will not be given anything else. During your deliberations, the court reporter will not be permitted to read back any portion of any of the testimony which you heard during the trial. You may not discuss or consider the subject of punishment. Your duty is confined to a determination of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offenses. In the event you find the defendant guilty, the duty to determine the punishment is placed by law upon the court. You must also not be influenced by any consideration of sympathy or prejudice. It is your duty to carefully weigh the evidence, to decide all disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of the court to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. In fulfilling your duty, your efforts must be to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all the evidence and make your findings with intelligence and impartiality and without bias, sympathy, or prejudice, so that the state of Ohio and the defendant will feel that their case was fairly and impartially tried. The court also orders that you not take any electronic devices or books of reference into the jury room. This restriction will cover such items as cell phones, computers, dictionaries, law books, even Apple Watches. If you have those on, we're going to grab those. If during the trial the court said or did anything that you consider an indication of the court's view on the facts, or if you have the impression that the court has indicated how any disputed facts should be decided, you must put aside such an impression. Nothing said in these instructions or in the earlier instructions, and nothing in the verdict form is meant to suggest or convey in any way or manner any intimation to what verdict I think you should find. That decision must be made by you based solely upon the facts presented to you in this courtroom. You are warned not to discuss your verdict or the status of your deliberations with anyone other than your fellow jurors while you are deliberating until it's been returned to the court. Let me stop for 1 second. So when you start deliberating, you can only talk about the case when all 12 of you are present. If you take a break for lunch or take a 15-minute break to use the restroom and just get some air, no talking about the case with anyone. Even if you take a break for just a second because someone needs to use the restroom, you can't talk about it. All 12 of you have to be present in order to discuss the case. Now, this order must be strictly obeyed. After your verdict is returned and announced in open court, you may discuss the case with anyone, though you're not required to do so. Whether you discuss the case with counsel or anyone else after you are discharged is a matter of your own free choice. Now, my preliminary instructions to you, if I said anything that conflicts with these final instructions, the final instructions control your deliberations and are binding on you, regardless of what I said in my preliminary instructions. All right. Now, jurors that are selected as alternates are not permitted to participate in the jury's deliberations unless one or more of the regular jurors are unable to complete their service due to illness or some other misfortune. We're pleased that nothing like that happened in this case. So fortunately, it does not appear that our alternate will have to render any further service in this case. Now, Mr. Costello, you are alternate in this case, and it will not be necessary for you to serve any further. When the jury retires here in just a moment, you'll go in with them, take your badge off, leave it on the table. If you've got any personal belongings, gather those up, and then you will just leave through the door that you've always been going in and out of so far, and you'll be discharged from any further service. Now, even though you will not be required to render any further service, I still must restrict you from discussing the case with anyone or revealing to anyone your thoughts or how you would have voted had you been one of the original 12 members. Once the jury returns its verdict and it's announced here in open court, you'll be released from that restriction. You can talk about the case with whomever you please, whatever you want about the case. So again, you don't have to. That's up for you to decide. But at this time, I certainly want to thank you for the service that you've provided as our alternate juror. So thank you very much, Mr. Costello. All right. Ms. Tuttle or Ms. Bell, anything you wish to discuss further on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Martinez, on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? I don't want to talk about specifics in regards to the case itself or anything like that, but procedurally, what's going to happen at this point is from this point going forward, you're in charge of your schedule. You're going to decide if you want to take a lunch break, how long it's going to be. Well, I'm not going to let you take a 4-hour lunch break, but if you want to take lunch now, how long you want to break. If you just, when you're deliberating, if you decide you want to take a 10, 15-minute break, you're going to decide that. We're not going to come in and say, okay, it's time for a break. You let us, you'll decide it. The only thing I'm going to ask is that when you do take a break, don't just walk out, buzz us, let Stan come back there first, tell him what you're going to do. We don't want to see you just wandering the halls. That happened in one case I had. I didn't tell them not to do that. And we're all sitting in here, and the jurors are just wandering around, and we had no idea. So make sure you let us know before you do that. But is there any other questions at this point? All right. Well, at this point, I thank each of you and express the appreciation of this court as well as the county for the service that you've provided thus far and the service that you're going to continue. By providing this service, you have certainly contributed to, again, what I believe is the best system of justice here in this country. So you're now retired to the jury room, the first four-person, and then you can begin your deliberations. If you want to take a lunch break, let Stan know what you guys decide you want. But whenever deliberating, you can. If not, you'll deliberate when you come back. If you reach a verdict as to each count, you'll use the buzzer to let us know that you've reached that decision, and we'll bring you back in the courtroom at that point, where your verdict will then be announced. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, you can begin your deliberations.
All rise.
You may be seated. So, Ms. Tuttle, on behalf of the state, is there anything else you care to address or place in the record?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, why don't you stick around for just a minute? I'm sure they're going to tell Stan what they're going to do here, and then we'll know if it's lunch break or what they're going to do.
All right.
I'm going to sit here for a minute so you can get up and go if you want, or do what you need to do.
You gonna have another protein drink? Mine are too.
They were freezing cold and now they're attacking. Let's see if you can cover anything for tomorrow. Oh, we talked about the decisions. She doesn't know the difference between chickens and
I'm gonna go
ducks.
to a restaurant.
Okay,
Yeah.
we will let you know if the one comes back. Sweet sugar plums. Oh, crackers. My whole house for Christmas is like land of the sugar plum, very themed. All of my ornaments are like the pinks and purples and greens. All of my decor is pink, purple, and green. We will be getting sweet sugar plum dreams. Oh, that? Do you see my day tomorrow? That's not real. I always have wanted to cover that. I can't figure it out. You told me my emails are so there's no one to build a bear. Build a bear. Yeah. We need our treat. Yes. I had to. I had to. Okay, I'm doing nothing tomorrow. So whatever. Okay, cool. Whatever I can do, I will. I think the bread is fine for me to do. Okay. How should we check? It was an Alexander case, unfortunately. Let me just run it through. What jurisdiction? Timothy, Whitley. It's an Alexander case, so we'll have to look it up. Oops. Sorry.
Oh boy.
Make sure that it wasn't like a P case. Was it after I started working here?
It was, he was out on a warrant,
Alexander Whitley.
Timothy Whitley, but it was,
Alexander's case, yeah. Because the date of the offense is after I started, like, I don't think it's super long ago. It's about on 8/26. Date of arrest, August. Well, date of arrest, not date of, well, yeah, that'll be earlier. But it had no Watson. Date of arrest was August 12th, so I worked here. Okay. There's nothing else in common, please. Dang it, I didn't do that. What's the jurisdiction? Oh. Case removed. So PD would not have had it at the time that I came here.
okay, Willow Lodge, so what does that make us, Willoughby?
What's that? Willow Lodge.
Willow Lodge.
It's a great place.
Oh, you know what, a lot of my cases start there.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Let me just make sure like I haven't represented this man because 2001 I didn't. Were you even alive? Yes, I was alive. I was 9. You? Yeah, I'm old compared to you, Abby.
Well, I graduated from Euclid High School in 1994 or whatever he said, so.
Nothing can matter. Just gonna have Katrina run through. Does anything else show up for him in him?
Sorry.
Because that would show child support. In case he was one of like my random child support clients. How many of those did you have? Yeah, 2002 speeding ticket. We're good. Child support? Oh, everybody in juvie. Oh yeah, all the 4D cases go to the PD because they don't have any money to pay for an attorney. Got it. Because they don't have any money to pay their child support. And if you showed up with an attorney when you're failing to pay your child support, things
Doesn't
would
look
really
good.
look poor.
Yeah, it does not look good, does it?
Should I send Katrina an email? I'll just ask Karen. I'll tell her that we ran it. And there's not. That his date of arrest was my start date.
I'd have you do my grand jury, but I've already talked to this victim.
Yeah.
It was my girl that shot
And I
him.
just a blue one?
Yeah.
That RSP of the motor vehicle? He asked for the F5 on?
Yes.
Yeah. I got it. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
What court?
Kind of.
I never go there.
Great. Thank you.
It'll be a nice
I'm
visit.
having Sherelle put it on your calendar. He, I think, is a frequent flyer. Because you'll have to be back here at 10:45.
Playing a video game with it right now?
Okay, so I have a setting that when I hit the caps lock, it audibly tells me
That's
because
actually
I often do it, and then like I'm fucking
that's
around
a
with
good
passwords.
idea.
Yeah.
That's a good
But as you
idea.
can see, I like fat finger it a lot. Good news, Kelly.
Okay.
There is an event that happens on the last Thursday of every month in the office. And for said like lunch and rotary type deal, there is Bada Bing pizza and salad.
Yeah. Do you have any about it? 2,000 pieces?
It's like some
Dude,
Bada Bing
it's so
pizza and
good.
salad.
Okay. Well, that's I picked 30.
But we might have to eat till 1 o'clock to eat it. Wait until 1 o'clock to eat it because
Wait, will there be any left?
yes, there's always leftovers. We always need one saying that it's in the kitchen. And especially since we're not there eating our allotted pieces,
Yeah.
our allotment
Because
must be there.
our allotment definitely is there. And there's a lot of people that aren't here.
Yeah.
We have stuff going on. Like tomorrow, the calendar is so busy and like everyone has coverage for everything.
Yes. Man, I gotta stop doing stuff. It's because I have grand jury during the exact time. I get it, like, what is he supposed to do? He's been busy all week. We gotta fix it.
We'll get it done. Still no work.
Oh, you're nice. I was going to tell me you missed it.
Stan never came out. I don't know if he went out the other way
He had to have gone.
and no one told us, but if you want to check, Hector. Stan always uses this game.
Now, let's talk about Jacob Barr. He currently has Eric Levy. Now, I don't think we'll have as much success. Okay, this is my only one.
This is reading police report and put whatever facts on the record.
Indictment, whatever facts. I will have notes for you. I'll do the notes.
I covered for Rachel and I had to figure out what the heck the guy did. She was like, Amy changed her plea. It was a man who had previously blown the change of plea. And the facts were complicated because he overdosed in his vehicle in the Dick's Sporting Goods parking lot at the mall.
Okay, okay.
And they had to like
Did you find him?
his window again.
Yeah, he's going back in there. They took a break.
Oh, they didn't tell?
Stan's just delinquent going back in there to find out. He's delinquent in time and going back in there to find out if they're gonna get lunch.
Okay.
He's going in there now.
Did they all just like take a bathroom break quick?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Hector.
That's the intelligence I
We
got.
keep?
Yes, we keep.
Belong to us?
Belongs to us. Adapter also belongs to us.
I'll put that back in the box. Oh, you worked here?
We'll find out exactly what's going on.
I did work here. That's the other one you need covered for?
Just a pretrial here with everybody. An offer yet. Because I've not been able to think about it. So, actually, let's do that now. So, do you know about this case? It was.
Also acted as prosecuting criminals.
This started at the Willow Lodge, I believe.
Yes.
Guy and his girlfriend were like counterfeiting Ohio ID cards out of their hotel room, and then there was a failure to comply with Maine. What should my offer be?
I don't know. I'm not that close to it, but
3. And then
Say
you have
dash
to.
new.
what's the base? Yeah, I'd say FZF3 for sure.
Oh God, if that's what the actual indictment looks like.
It's in here. Just leave it alone.
Dude,
Oh no.
It's probably someone knowing it was under the new law, so it's the high tier.
Yeah, it has to
is
be.
it not?
It should not have this dash new.
Oh, because that's the new.
The high tier versus the
Yeah,
low tier, and then it's
fine.
reclassification if
Yeah,
failures to
whatever.
comply.
Probably won't be the first time.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say after.
Come on, I got 3.
Yeah.
Ah, man,
Karen.
you,
Okay.
you You know he's in the bureau now, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
So you'll probably, hopefully get less failure to complies from him?
Yeah,
Dude,
seriously.
he had the most. I'm like, dude,
Like, but he also
why did they make this new law for you?
Seriously. He catches people that he saw, he tried,
Dude, he had me running cell phone records for a dude just for, because then it turned, as soon as it turned into the felony, he had me like running cell phone records. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it, it's fine. And sure enough, I think that one, no, it's not that one. I think there was, yeah, like way later. That was the
Yeah.
Trailhawk, I think. There was
That
like a
seems right.
stolen, because, hey, dude, the Trailhawks have like Hemis in them. And that thing was dusting us like
Oh, no.
constantly. It was, I think it was a stolen that they revinned or something.
Okay.
Were able to, but that guy, he lived in Pine Ridge. And he would just, so he hit the flock camera leaving Pine Ridge. Oh, gone.
Okay.
You hear that V8 just singing down 271.
I should have packed up my stuff in all this time. I know.
Thank you.
I don't know what we were
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have indicated that you would like to recess for the evening, come back tomorrow refreshed to start back up with your deliberations, so I'm going to let you do that. Had these admonitions on you throughout the whole trial about not talking about the case, but they're even more important now. Not that they were important before, but you're a deliberating body at this point, so it's very important that you do not talk about the case with anyone. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you. And just as important, no investigating this case or researching this case. Don't go online or on the internet to research any issues that you may be unclear about or want to clarify. You're not allowed to do that, so please do not do that. Go home, put it on your mind for the evening, come back tomorrow refreshed, and you can continue on with your deliberations. What time would you like to start tomorrow? 8:30? Or, you know, if you discuss that? That's good for everyone? All right, well then target 8:30, and then when everybody's here, again, remember, don't start talking about the case until all of you are present. When you're all here, you'll buzz Stan, let him know that you're here, and then we'll lock you in there and you can continue on with your deliberations. So enjoy your evening tonight, and then we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise.